Bhutan.
Ton
butt. Ton butt has occurred.
Ton butt.
Yeah. Oh.
It's fine and normal, and we're in control of the situation. Ton butt is occurring.
Absolutely. I say this and then I'm just like, oh, what I'm doing? Which save am I going for? We're going for chapter 15. It's this one, and then we have one more, and then we have beaten the game, and wowee. That's all I have to say. We don't have Ashley because she got again.
She keeps getting got. She actually gets kidnapped less times in this one than the original. She still gets kidnapped a lot of times.
Does she? I mean, I guess she does.
But she gets kidnapped at the start. She starts the game kidnapped.
Yeah.
Then she gets kidnapped by Krauser, like in the middle, and then she gets kidnapped again at the end.
I guess.
But in the original, she also like walks into the thing in the castle that like steals her.
Yeah.
I think there's another one. She gets kidnapped a lot. Just keeps happening.
We only have one more. Okay, sorry. I'm trying to like get rid of all the little notifications and also try to figure out what the fuck was going on last time because I don't remember. It's been a week. And oh boy, what a week.
You remember our good friend Krauser? He's out of the picture.
Comrade.
I think it's
I
Mike.
Guess rookie.
Is it time for Mike?
Is it Mike time? I forgot to add Mike to the tier list.
No, I don't think you ever see Mike. You just hear Mike.
It would just have to be an image of a helicopter, but I thought about it and then I fucking forgot.
Oh. We'll get just a JPEG of a helicopter. It's fine. Stick him on there.
Just know that Mike would be at the top of the list. That's all.
Everybody loves Mike. It's my favorite gym in the entire series.
Gym Mike. But yeah, I guess it was primarily the Krauser fight last time, wasn't it? We had Krauser's Castle, spelled with a K. And
breaks over, I suppose.
I think that was most of it.
There were regenerators and actually broke a wall with the bulldozer and it took forever.
Molding a weapon
what do you mean durability is unnecessary?
Oh,
no, that's repairing. Okay, sorry. I thought I couldn't increase the durability and I was like, incorrect?
Alright, we have 2 knives now.
Yeah. This one gets more power. But the durability is ass right now.
The regular combat knife is like way faster though, right?
Yeah, because we have the exclusive on it.
I think it's faster. Yeah, it's faster by default, and we've got the exclusive on it.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Krauser's knife's kind of slow but powerful.
Yeah. Maybe we don't. Maybe I don't do anything with Krauser's knife.
Yeah, it might be a new game plus mess around with thing.
Yeah.
Seems fun. It's just we don't have chance to do anything with it right now, or we're right at the end.
It's not necessary. I don't like any of this. Yeah, this is all ass, actually. Great. Love that. It's fine. It's not that bad. I'm just annoyed with it because it doesn't fit nicely.
That should help everything's ass.
Do we have anything to sell? Not really.
Your valuables won't do you much good in the grave.
Could get rid of the boot knife.
Yeah, we're good on knives. Actually, we did just put Krauser's knife away, but we
but we
really needed a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. I've been keeping one on hand just in case, but it's been so unnecessary.
I'll buy almost
Yeah, the
Okay.
max durability combat knife seems to be able to deal with anything we need a knife for.
Mm-hmm. That's Krauser's castle. I understand.
When I played today, I broke my knife so much. It's always broken. It was horrible.
Gotta use the knife all the time.
Just trying to sneak all the free damage in, but it's not free anymore because it uses up your
No.
knife, and then your knife's gone.
What is happening here?
Mike! Mike!
Holy shit, that scared me. It's
That was
Mike!
Mike! That was Mike going past, Leon.
Hello? Michael?
Are we gonna say that Mike is the helicopter? It's like a Thomas the Tank Engine kind of situation.
Yes, absolutely. There is no man in there. I
Just
do
a
want
big
to
face on the front.
I do want to point out that there is no man inside the helicopter. Well,
Absolutely not.
hi, flowers.
Hope you're having a bad day, Flowers.
Yeah. Oh! Sorry, Mike is trying to shoot me.
Mike, please. Mike, we love you. Don't shoot us.
Sorry, I am ducked. You cannot hit me. Good! I'm glad you're feeling better. We're allowed to have not good days. But it's sad when friends don't feel good. You know what? Fuck all y'all. Mike, help!
Mike, can you shoot the one wiggly man? It's fine now, Mike. He's dead. I meant while he was still alive, Mike.
Okay, let's just handle this. Let's just do
think-
that.
I found out when I'm messing around today. I think there's an option in the shop to rebuy weapons that you've sold to the merchant,
Alright.
so you don't ever lose out of them, like on them for good.
I mean, that
So
makes
that's
sense.
cool. Yeah.
Hi,
So maybe
Emmy.
you could like mess around with all the weird ones that don't seem to have a niche on New Game Plus.
Yeah.
Or, you know, just keep using the Stinger because it's very good. Hey, Emmy!
I love the Stingray. It is my favorite. Also, we've gotten so much gunpowder. I mean, I understand why. We are kind of at the point where we're going through a gauntlet. It's gonna be bad here. But also,
Can we
horrible.
use the gunpowder to build extra mic?
I need to reinforce Mike.
Merchant, I'm
Maybe
paying you top dollar. I want to increase the durability on mic.
Okay. We need more gunpowder so we can make more rifle ammo. But I also want to. I gotta look around. I gotta find the things. Anything over here? I hear treasure, I think. It is somewhere here. Confirmed? Oh.
Hey! It's
I
just
could
a red
hear it.
square.
Yeah, but
Two
I'll
red
still
squares
take
are
it.
quite good.
yeah.
Might be the best one? I can't remember.
I think so. What are you doing?
Leon.
Leon. Come on. Oh.
The controls are a bit like floatier and wibblier than the original.
Yeah.
Like when you tell OG Leon to aim, he will stop dead and just start aiming. Don't do it. It's Mike. He's
Not gonna
he's
do it.
nice. We love you, Mike.
Again, I just want to confirm. There is no man in that helicopter.
Nope.
Mike is the helicopter. Okay. Well, that's cool and nice and great and wonderful.
Leave the area up ahead to me.
Mike
Okay.
is
Take a
wonderful.
break before you join in on the fun.
His voice has changed a lot from the original.
It's goofy as fuck, and I love it.
Oh, jeez. Mike,
Excuse
you're up.
you? Leon? Oh. Leon's just taking a break today, is the thing.
It's Mike there. Oh, I left this bin.
It's because you love Mike.
Who doesn't? Who wouldn't?
Thank you.
Someone just turned into jelly.
Yeah. I like it. I'm here for it.
We should be finishing this game today, by the way.
Yeah. So we're planning on getting through it. Cause there's some gunpowder over here. Cause we're at the last 2 chapters, right? And then afterwards, we're gonna do a tier list. I keep passing it. Where is it? On the corner here? There it is. We're gonna do a tier list of all of the, well, not all of, there were too many. Many of the men from Resident Evil. We'll see how that goes. Ooh, things. But yeah, we're gonna save the president's daughter, our best friend, the president. We're gonna save his daughter and win the day. I need to not be out here anymore. No,
What
Mike!
is this?
Oh my god.
Mike.
Mike said pee time?
Mike just said Peter. He's out.
¿Dónde estás? Asks the man. Don't need to be down here just yet. Sure, sir, you should be on fire. Ow! Who is shooting me?
He's miles away on the stupid turrets past that bridge.
Yeah. Okay,
Ah, there he is.
I guess I'll help Mike first. Oh, never mind. I can't do that. Huh.
Sorry, Mike.
You're gonna have to wait
You're
a
gonna
minute,
have to
buddy.
take a long pee. That
This
guy was
is-
tough. Oh, okay, that's why you were tough.
Ow! This is fine. It's fine.
I like in this one, the ones that are gonna be Pedro's take way more damage.
Far more. Yeah.
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 Even before the change.
Yar.
Hadn't realized that until I had the controller in my hands.
Please open. Ah! I move!
I move.
Sir, you can't shoot me around the corner.
Curved the bullet. Like wanted. It's a really funny part in Wanted where a lady shoots everyone in a room by curving the bullet all the way around in a circle and everyone's just stood in a perfect circle and she kills Morgan Freeman. So that's kind of a shame. But
Rip
shoots
Morgan.
everyone in the room and then herself. And she's like crying and it's supposed to be really sad and it's just so funny. Just one bullet all the way around.
How? How? Oh, I hear people,
She
but I also
uses
see things.
Wanted powers to curve the bullet.
Oh, I see. I understand.
She's a wanted from the movie Wanted.
Can't say I've ever actually seen it.
It's not a great film to say that the best. Burning Man, go away.
It's an M. Night movie, isn't it?
No, it's
Oh.
probably better than an M Night movie. It's not that bad.
Okay.
It's not the beach that makes you old, but come on.
Horrible. Horrible old beach. What's over here? I know there's like fights going on, but consider. What if I go over here? I think this is where I'm supposed to go actually, as I think about it. It's fine. He didn't do shit.
Fell
Yeah,
over
more-
and pooped out 300 pesetas out his butt.
He was keeping them there. Yellow herb that we can sell.
Keeps a tiny wallet. Just big enough for a few bills and a credit card.
Precisely. Thank you, Leon, for telling me that the man was dead. Okay. I would like to open that. And then we have to go up?
Up is where the
Oh.
turret lives.
Yeah.
Do we use the machine gun to shoot the turret?
That... possibly?
Yeah, it doesn't seem right, because it's not a thing that shoots
No.
explosions. If we were a thing that shot explosions, that'd be right. If there were a
Oh.
catapult here.
That can stay there because we... well, no. That goes there because that's the cell. That's the sell bit. That's the stuff I'm annoyed with. And then I'll remember to sell it because I'm annoyed with it. Fuck.
The cell mound.
Sir. Oh, you have a helmet on!
Heck. Yeah, just that's a good helmet, huh?
Too good. Rude helmet. What's over here? Nothing. Okay, great. Glad I came over here. Oh, there was gunpowder. There.
I've been hiding gunpowder on all these
It's horrible.
all these weird little spots.
Listen, I need that. I just wanted to. I didn't need
It's
to.
so much area. It's so good.
Boop. That man's legs have come off.
He went to bits.
I see somebody trying to shoot me.
Let's go, bazooka.
Yeah.
Why? I hate when they just go on fire and still attack you. It's horrible. Cooler.
Okay. Sir, that should have done a murder on you, I think.
It would be nice.
Please?
Okay, one more time, up and wide.
Ugh. Ah, ah, I got scared. He got
That's
too
fine.
close.
He's dead now, it's fine.
We killed him. We did the murder. It's fine. Excuse you. Oh, I know where we are.
Oh, his hat popped off.
This is the corner that I love in Mercenaries.
Nice.
This bit. I love it up here.
Maybe we do use the turret. It's right at the end of the path.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like that would work.
Time for a taste of your own medicine.
But hey.
Is it working?
I think
There's
I
more
need to...
smoke coming out now. Oh, you hit the in the middle bit.
Yeah.
All clear.
Mike, I did it!
I think that the way that you beat the anti-aircraft gun is you just take the high ground on it. They're not designed to deal with that.
Well,
Thanks, Mike.
should have been zoomed in for that. I'm doing horribly at this. Mike! Mike, do you wanna take care of these guys for me? Pal, friend, best
Love you,
bud.
Mike. And this is when he comes in, he's just like, "Hey, it's Mike. I'm flying a helicopter. This is great. I got 1 day till retirement. I love being a helicopter guy." In the original, like, Leon stops everything in the game to specifically ask, "Hey, helicopter guy, what's your name? You won't be as sad when you die later if I don't ask."
Kick! Nope. Thanks, Mike.
Mike says no. No wiggle heads allowed.
I appreciate it. Mike, good guy. Good guy Mike, as we like to call him.
Good guy, Mike.
Good guy Mike. Thanks, Mike. I'm gonna get rowdy.
You can go get rowdy now, finally. Mike got so excited he used all his bullets.
Can't blame him for that. He's been waiting for ages. I want that. Thank you.
They don't pay him to bring him home.
Oh. Some music though. Is there anything else around here? Nah, I got it all.
What do they pay Mike in if he's just a helicopter? Oh, it's this bit.
They pay him in fuel.
But they need to give him that anyway so he can do his
Ah!
missions.
Well,
Yeah. It's tough for you.
it is kind of tough here.
The two
Also,
gun turret crew.
100%.
Mike is normally helping you for this part in the original.
Yeah, but he's out of bullets. Mike is S tier though. Facts. Okay, well, instead of staying over here, let's just go ahead and run over here.
Yeah.
Let's not get pinned down. Oh, hi. Hey, that was incredibly rude
That
of
was
you.
very rude. Awful.
Hey, I was walking. Not even walking. I was climbing? Sir?
Hey, I'm walking here.
Hey! Fall. Ah! It's fine.
We can deal with Pedro's at this point.
Hello? Roop.
USP died to the first Pedro twice. Just, you know, the tutorial where it's just like, here's one of these in a controlled environment. It's like, what? It won't be too much of a problem.
Yeah.
Gotten
Listen.
twice.
DSP, kind of a silly man.
Very silly.
Whoa. Strong tarp.
Man. Good tap. The good stuff.
Okay. And then we run. No! iFrame, save me!
Hey, thank you, iFrames.
Okay, let's reload. Nope. Sir, you're very blurry. Is the main issue? Oh. Can I make the shot?
Oh.
I can make the shot. Listen, I'm really cool, actually.
Didn't have a clue what was going on.
No idea. None. Okay. Anything here? Potatoes and resources. You love to see it. Gotta pull the thing.
When I was a baby, I used to go Spain all the time, and I thought calling potatoes was just the funniest thing in the world.
I mean, it's pretty funny.
Hey, that's cool.
I was hoping to
shoot
do
more
it
dynamite.
when the man was there, but oh fuck.
Still good. I thought you were getting on the turret though. No.
I think I'm
Lord,
at
the other one ran across.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll be on you in a minute. There he is.
Well, he's going back down.
Sorry, he must have slipped.
No! 2 wigglers?
Whoa!
Sir, how many bugs are you
No.
packing?
He's packing 2.
It's too many. Horrible bug. Oh no.
Oh, it's the machine gun man.
Yeah, and right as I saw that my health was down, he hit me again. Okay. This is fine. Listen, I haven't played like any Resident Evil this week. No. Game. I wanted to shoot that man, but you had the wrong weapon equipped.
Leon.
Oh. We got this.
Friday the 13th movies are all pretty mid, but Alien 1 and 2 are really, really good.
Alien's wonderful. Sir, I was kicking you?
Alien or aliens? You're not a big aliens fan, are you?
No. No.
It's where it gets a bit silly and a bit action movie.
Yeah, I mean, like, Aliens is the second one?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's fine. I still like it as far as like the main series goes. After that is when you just they don't exist. They're not real anymore.
Fake movies.
Yeah, they we just consider those like fan made. They're not canon really. Quality questionable. Okay.
You're serious.
It's because I want to.
Oh, my cat didn't explode.
It's because he's a wiggler.
You want a wiggler last time? DSP would be
Yeah.
mad as hell at that. It's different the second time? What the fuck?
Surprise, there's variability in our video games. I saw him. Where did he go?
Sneaky man.
Where is Bug? I hear him. He's going hog wild in there. Oh. It was actually a Pedro?
And in terms of quality, Independence Day is definitely third in the Alien series.
So hi, Travis.
It's a good bit where Will Smith punches an alien in the head, and he goes, that's what I call a close encounter.
Please.
And there's a good bit where Jeff Goldblum plugs a USB stick into an alien spacecraft.
Wait, Jeff Goldblum's in Independence Day?
Oh yeah. He's a science fan who defeats the aliens by plugging a USB stick into the alien spacecraft.
I genuinely have not seen that movie since I was like a baby.
You got Jeff?
It got Jeff.
Jeff
It
in
got
that
Uncle
one.
Jeff. Jeff has been spotted. Love Jeff Goldblum here.
Yeah, we do.
That's too many dudes. Hey, consider. That's too many dudes. What are you doing, game? That's
Oh
dead
shit,
man.
that's really good.
That's more dead men.
Oh yeah, I didn't realize that gun turret was so good. Friday the 13th one is probably the best one, but like none of them
Yeah.
are great. It's just very silly movies where a man in a hockey mask does murders on people.
Not always a man in a hockey mask, though, is the thing.
Does he not always have his hockey mask?
I mean, sometimes he has a burlap sack, and sometimes it's his mom.
Oh yeah, in the first one.
So, you know, there's that. They're very hokey. If you just want a very silly time, Friday the 13th is great.
Just don't expect it to.
Don't.
It's kind of a difference in quality between Friday the 13th and Alien.
Absolutely. I mean, I would recommend American Psycho, but, you know, that's just because it's horrifying. Just given the... Sorry, I'm thinking video game while trying to talk. Given how applicable it is, not applicable, what is the word I'm looking for? It is an issue
well,
that
it's
is...
edged.
I mean, yeah. It's an issue that we're also seeing constantly with men just being horrible and gross. Disconnected. It's, yeah, I don't know what I'm trying to say. It's fine. I like American Psycho.
I haven't seen it.
Maybe that's what we'll watch tomorrow. I've been trying to figure out what we're watching for Horror Fest. Maybe it'll be American Psycho. It's one of those that I kind of put in the same category as hi Mike. As Fight Club, in that you've got two types of fans of it. The people who get it and the people who don't. And who think
people are like, there should be a Fight Club though. That's cool. These are cool guys in this
Tyler
Fight Club.
Tyler Durden is so woke and like knows what's going on and is such a cool dude.
Tyler Durden's like, he's really got it. He's really together.
He understands things. Same kind of people that idolize Tyler Durden, the same type of people that would like idolize Patrick Bateman, and it's like, he is a bad man. I mean, the murders aside, he is a bad man. Also, Mike's gotten got by the bugs. Maybe it's a different Mike because there is a man inside.
Yeah, that's true. That can't be Mike. Oh, Leon's very veiny.
Yeah, he is. He's not doing too great. Mike!
Mike! How could you? Mike.
That looked cool, though.
I'll make sure you're the next to go, Saddler.
Now there's the silly bugs again.
It's fine. Alright. Oh, hi. Can you not? Consider. No?
Instead of bug punch, consider the following. No bug punch.
Just none? None of this? Do I need a merchant? Go away! Stupid bug. Bug.
So full of goop.
Such gunky bug. Where does this go? Is there a merchant down here? Is this where I'm supposed to go?
This is treasure.
I like the little cauldron.
Trinkets and baubles.
This feels like a trap.
What do you mean? Look, if it's bait, it's fine to take just a little nibble of bait. Ooh!
Ooh.
Oh. It's
Can't add anything
good,
to it.
good price though.
Yeah. What's this? The bones of our brethren rest in all nations. blood of our brethren provides all food. We die only to be reborn. We live on through eternity. We reign absolute. Keenan Sadler. Sadler, have you just come from a long line of cult leaders? Was Sadler a Nepo baby?
Keenan Sadler the one that really likes orange soda, or is that Kel Sadler? Sorry.
I have not thought about Keenan and Kel in a
That's the
hot
dumbest
moment.
joke I've
Holy
ever come up with.
shit! Oh my god. I loved it. Is the thing?
I'm glad you liked it. Because it was objectively terrible.
It was awful, but it unlocked some memories for me. Whoa! It was Kel, wasn't it? Kel, like...
I don't remember.
Pretty sure. Kel was the one who was obsessed with orange soda.
Just liked his orange soda, man.
Well, I can find where they are now. Where are they? Weird places. Understood. Over there. And two over there. Where is... Do I need to go back down to find the one that's hidden over here? Probably.
Sure.
Unless... Yeah, we gotta go back down. But that's okay, because it looks like we have to go back down anyway? It's fine. It's fine. Listen, this is the point in the game where we get a little break. We've done a lot of fighting. Our best friend Mike just died.
This is the last one, last little break time mission.
Yeah! So I gotta do it.
Only serious president's daughter rescuing business from here on out.
Ah!
Oh, that is sneaky.
So sneaky. And then... one, like, right above the hole. And along the path?
Could be between, like, the weird roof thingamies. Oh, it could just be if you look down the ladder instead of climbing down it. No.
They would, though.
Yeah.
Ah! Okay. Well, we found that one. Means the other one. Probably up in this general region? No, it's right there.
Finished.
He did it! Merchant? It's okay, Rats, you're safe.
This looks fine.
It's
Fine. I'm not even worried.
I'm a little worried.
This is where they keep the meat.
The wiggle meat?
The wiggle meats.
There is treasure over here. Where? It's fine. We'll figure that out in a minute. Biological specimen transfer! The repairs were completed without issue. Since the facility was previously used for confinement, the work required to reinforce the airtight ceiling was minimal. And as long as we don't run into any issues with the cooling system test, we plan to bring in all of the remaining specimens from Facility 1. All specimens were successfully transferred. However, we experienced a slight hiccup during transport as one of them became violent. Luckily, the number of casualties was less than anticipated. Please be careful when dealing with them. We have received reports that they are beginning to acquire a tolerance to the low temperatures. Okay. Also, I hear a Salazar around here.
Oh, jeez. I only found the one Salazar, by the way, and it was the tutorial one. I got up to beating Del Lego.
Ooh,
So I think I missed 3 of them.
Yeah. That's
I
okay.
heard one, and I looked for like 5 seconds, and then was like,
And then he said, I'm bored. And then moved on.
I have to shoot someone. I have no attention span, apparently.
Listen, we can't all be like me and find almost every single one of them on our first go.
Just built different.
Yeah. Go through.
The door might close behind you. I think it's doing that right now. It's fine. It's just meat. Scared of a little meat?
Yes. I've worked in the meat department before. Get pretty scary back there.
I watched a like silly cooking show once. Where they had a crazy man on for some reason. It was the what's it called? Top Chef? Oh yeah, there's guys in there. That's fine. We don't. But they had like a crazy man on for some reason. I guess someone thought it were a good idea to put this guy on TV. And he went into a supermarket and he ran behind the counter while the guy wasn't looking. And the dude chased after him and the cameraman was like following him. And then when he got into like the back room, the dude was like hacking up a chicken really badly. And then he served fish when he was serving his food. Oh, what he did to that chicken.
Oh no. That scares me. That scares me a lot, actually.
Yeah. They brought him back on for the reunion show, and he was just throwing plastic balls at people and being as drunk as it's possible for a human to be while still being conscious. They should never have ever put him on any episode, and they had him on twice.
Oh, jeez. He makes good content. Everyone loves an unpredictable weirdo. What happens if I shoot these?
I was worried that might be what happens if you shot those.
Yeah.
So jiggly.
Not the wiggles!
Swim.
No!
Are they all Iron Maidens? It's just headshots for this one, right?
Fuck.
I only mentioned because I realized we're about to run out of bullets for the sniper rifle.
Yep. Ow. Ow!
Whoop, he swim. Oh god. What even moves is this?
Sir?
It's very strong.
I don't know how many more times I can do a shoot on him. Is the thing.
All 19 with this gun.
have any bits. I don't have any bits. There are none bits.
Kayshurrr has bits. Oh, that's him. Hey, just that easy.
Got a yellow diamond from that. See, my concern is, I figured it was regenerators, right?
Right.
But I do have to turn this thing, I assume,
Yeah.
to get out, and so we've got how many?
Two.
Just one
The
more.
one off on the other side. I think there's one on the that's accessible from where you are. I thought there were one over there as well, but that wouldn't matter unless we have to go over there later. Yeah, there's one guy. He's fine.
It's right in front of the door that I have to go through.
Oh, okay. I can see how that might not be fine, actually.
Yeah. But maybe he doesn't come out when I start running.
What'd be the odds? Never happened.
It's fine.
Hey!
So that's basically just a fun little surprise if you're an idiot like me who's like, oh, I wonder what happens if I shoot these dudes. Cool, understood. I did get a diamond for that, so I'm not too
That's
upset.
fine. Yeah.
Stranger, I heard you took care of that last request.
Is this just so I can access all of them?
Well, look at you, mate.
Hey, just got an achievement.
Well then, what can I do you for?
Did you do all the things?
I did all the things.
This is 100% Spinel run.
Deal well.
Facts, though. I would like to add things. Because 2 colors is better than the same color?
Yeah, but
No.
duo would get you more because the individual gems are worth more. Oh no, okay,
Yeah.
2 colors is also worth more, but like, it's only
It's-
a 2, so
Yourself,
It's-
kid. Welcome.
yeah, it's not worth going crazy on. But
Yeah,
it's
and
nice to keep like one of everything in case you get good in.
Right? Okay, take this Viper. Take my knives and take the yellow herb.
I'll buy
Anything else?
almost anything.
No.
A deal well struck.
And then we repair our knife because we love knife. And
It's just
Don't
gonna
really-
delete sadly with the Killer 7.
imagine though.
Just remove him.
I mean, that would be pretty funny.
There you are. As you
What if we could do it?
Also,
This kind of work is
Yeah, we
about
do have a lot more
finesse,
shotgun.
stranger.
The shotgun's damage is deceptive though. Like it looks
it looks big, but it's
Yeah.
not because it's spread out. But
it's
Even
not actually gonna
then.
do like more than half the damage of the Magnum unless it's like absolutely point blank.
yeah.
Spread's so good.
Mhm.
Come back anytime.
And I like the spread just because then I don't necessarily have to be
Yeah.
accurate,
Yeah.
which can be nice when I'm having to run. I just want to double check to make sure
I
that
think
there's nothing going on down here.
yeah, that's fine. I think in this one, like the default shotgun's the bad one, and you either pick I want the accurate one that's like good against the mini boss kind of enemies, or I want the one with all the spread.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
either choice is a good one.
Yeah.
Either choice still does like normal shotgun stuff, but like has a bonus.
Mm-hmm.
Gun rhymes with fun for a reason,
Mhm.
stranger.
I'm gonna save here, just so I can dick around with the shooting range at some point.
That's fair.
I think I'm more or less like on track to get the achievement that they want me to do. I have to get like S rank and everything. That was a mistake. No.
It's the
There's
one at the bottom.
Yeah. Got lost. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
I did notice the biosensor scope were in the cell menu now, but like, I'm not sure if that means there's no regenerate or not. Had to say.
My briefcase is not too large. It is just the right size.
If anything, we need a bigger briefcase.
Always.
We
always
can
bigger
hold more fish and
briefcase.
snakes.
Excuse you? Excuse you?
Got bugs and ganadas at the same time.
Horrible. Resources. That means more shotgun shells. Why? Why there?
Such a bad spot. And it rotated it pointlessly for no reason.
Yeah!
You know another reason this game's a 0 out of 10 and it's nowhere near as good as the first one? You can't rotate your items to put them upside down. They just
Well,
flip back.
Why would you put them upside
Right way
down?
up. Well, sometimes you want to put them upside. Well, for one thing,
Why?
Leon stands over that one side of the screen, so you have to turn the guns upside down to point them away from him for safety.
Actually, Leon doesn't stand anywhere. He stands right in front of it. We are
That's
looking at
another
it this
reason
way.
that this is a 0 out of 10.
Is no Leon? No Leon looking at thing?
It doesn't just stand there while you go in the inventory.
You can't
Just
equip an
hang
egg
out.
and watch him just chuck it a little bit in the air.
You know,
Oh.
Leon runs faster if you have a grenade or an egg equipped in the original.
Why? 'Cause they're lighter?
I don't know. He has a different run animation and it's just a little bit faster.
It's funny.
Guess he like uses both arms instead of like holding his gun up.
Yeah. Sorry.
It might have been on purpose, so like when you throw a grenade you can get out of the way.
That would make sense.
Yeah, lots of things. There's lots of tiny things in that game that are just
No!
very intentional, but like very tiny changes just to make things more convenient.
See that
So
gun
I
down there?
definitely won't put it past him.
Where did
doing
you
it
come
intentionally.
from? Sorry. Stupid bug jumped on my head from nowhere?
Came out of nowhere. The bullets passed through his body.
Okay, but listen, not
Sorry.
another fish
I'm
just
used to-
sitting.
Why are there fish everywhere?
I don't know. I wouldn't eat these fish. I think they're bad fish. Stinky, smelly, room temperature fish. Sir?
Aged fish.
Gross. No!
Oh god. That's too many. That's too many shield guys. Oh, it really does hit that shotgun though, doesn't it?
Yorp! Big button, big button! I am
It's harder
sad.
to get the melee attacks in this version because Leon's just a bit wigglier and it's a bit harder to make him run at a guy. Also, they're just more dangerous if you miss it.
Yeah.
You can still
Right.
just jog past people though. I've been doing that a lot. If you get scared,
it's a good
just
move.
be jogging, yeah.
Gotta walk with purpose. It's the whole thing. Okay. Ugh! Horrible, awful creatures. Give me these. Give me those. Please, I'm like out of bullets. Oh, it's fine. Actually, I've gotten plenty back. It's not the button that I hit, actually.
I saw someone talking about Resident Evil 4 original speedrunning, and you start out the game just holding an egg the whole time, because you run faster holding an egg or a grenade, and then later on there's a glitch that you can only do with the striker that makes you run even faster. So you end up getting to use the striker. Amazing.
You love good gun here. What is that doing? Okay, that's fine. You know what's in here?
Perfectly balanced.
It'll never happen again. Give me the gunpowder and the bullets and the boxes. Not a boot knife. I don't need a boot knife. Somebody is honking up there. Many honks.
Is Clown over there?
Clown? I wish.
Me and Kayshurrr are a video production company now. We've been looking at Clown a lot.
So much Clown. It's been
Thinking,
great.
how could Clown be fun? How many times is it okay to say sample text in this episode?
Listen, you want the joke to keep going, but you don't want to overuse it. Excuse you? Well, that's a rude place to die. I can't get his bits.
I don't know if I'd like it. They don't drop stuff if they fall out of bounds, so
Yeah.
you don't try and pick up a thing that you can't possibly reach. But I think it might be more annoying that they don't give you anything if they drop out of bounds than if they gave you an item pickup that you can never get to.
Right?
It's like...
I just want the things. Even if I can't have them, I want them. I want to know that they're there.
Very annoying either way.
Big button.
I think getting the final upgrade on the TMP is a really good idea. It really does a number on him.
Yeah, it does. Double big button? Oh no. Oh, oh. Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made.
I don't know I wanted that either.
I assumed that it was a big button time, but no, it just wanted me to do a murder on the man. But you know what?
Ah, okay.
No, you need to come back up here, sir. That was rude.
Those arrows do a ton of damage.
Yeah. Rude! Fuck off. I need... okay. It's worth the tummy ache.
Tastes better, actually, having been left out in the sun for a little while.
Whoa!
Oh!
Sorry, must have slipped.
I think he broke his thing. Wonder if there's like a specific spot you hit for that, or if it's just if you hit the gun enough times.
Good question. Sir, I've shot your toes.
One day the science could be down.
Big button.
But today we gotta get to the tier list.
It's true. Okay. Man is dead. Need ammo. Is the thing. Here's the thing about the things. Need ammo.
Got a couple of pistol bullets. Ah, you got a bit of rifle actually as well. It's just not loaded.
Yeah, but I don't have a lot of anything. I guess I do have a
Actually,
lot
we have loads of shotgun, yeah.
of...
Finally, it gave us no shotgun shells for the whole middle of the game. And then
I mean,
give you them all at once.
I have been making them, and saving them is the big bit. Hi, Britt. I'm doing good. How are you? How's it hanging? Get that shit out of here. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I cannot jump over that. That is barbed wire. That'll hurt Leon's hands. Chemistry
Leon.
homework. Lucky.
Sorry to hurt his legs going in all those bear traps.
Yeah. Good on you for getting your homework done, though. Where does this point?
Do we want
Okay.
that?
I don't... I'm gonna leave it.
Possible loads of guys will come up behind us and the turret will shoot them.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
So we'll leave it there just in case. You got this. Only 2 weeks left. You're gonna kick ass. You're gonna get it done. It's gonna be so good. You're gonna do great. I, Adam.
Hi, Adam.
We do love a good gay in STEM. Is the thing. Get that science stuff. Treasure over there, and I don't know how to get it.
Ashley!
I think the green thing's Ashley, right? Yeah?
Let me. Probably wouldn't do anything, would it?
Yeah.
Hi, Ashley. Oh, she's also gone veiny.
You have come, my child.
This happens in the original, but you got Ashley back and then she gets kidnapped again.
Wish to share this
Also, hydrate and shrimp check.
as possible.
Thank you, Britt.
A humble wish, don't you think? You see,
No, shrimp
we
and-
are all connected through the holy body.
None shrimp and full
Now
of
your
oiter.
flesh and bone
Oh yeah, he got the lumpy head.
are already one with us. Bullshit. Serenity. When you need only
Lumpy
accept
man.
the sacred gift.
Lumpy man is bad to look at. I think Leon's gonna explode.
Possible.
Lumpelstiltskin! Sorry. That's Sadler's new name now. Oh, heck! Leon, did you... Oh. Thanks, Ada!
Hey!
Are you gonna keep being weird? Are we good now?
A weird girlfriend does like us.
Love weird girlfriend. I was very confused. I get that those were bullets. I understand now. I thought he just like dropped some seeds on the ground for
I
some
did as
reason.
well for a minute. I
Okay.
didn't realize they were bullets until you said.
I was just like, why are we starting a garden here of all places? It's because it's the bullets.
Oh, Leon's sleeping.
Yeah, and Ashley's kind of wiggly.
Laboratory B. Looks like
She's got a lot of funny colors.
Yeah, it's not... I don't think people should be this combination of colors normally.
It looks really nasty.
Yeah. They're not doing good.
Too many bugs in the veins.
Yeah. Don't let there be bugs in your veins. It's fine, it's just water. Hold on, Leon! Leon! Ow!
Still you resist, child.
I am concerned about Leon's well-being right now. He is not looking too great. Oh. Can I just, like, walk through
The ring wraiths?
them? Nazgul. I was scared that if I, like, touched them, something bad was gonna happen, but it's fine. They don't scare me.
I think when they were like reworking the story for the remake, they were like, someone realized like, oh, we must have forgot when we wrote the original that Leon and Ashley have the parasites in them. And we just remembered right at the end and said, oh, they found a machine that just got them out.
Absolutely. Sorry, we found boyfriend's laboratory? Damn, Luis, you live like this?
This time, it has to be different.
I mean, we're still gonna get the bugs out, but at least we have had the constant issue of, hey, remember those bugs in your blood? Throughout the entire game. As opposed to as a last minute thing.
No way. Like I told you, I'm gonna get you home safe.
Oh, bug!
Here goes nothing.
Get comfy. We don't have any anesthesia.
No, it's still laser beams.
Oh, jeez.
Aww.
But it's fine. Bug is dissolved
Fine.
now. You'll just have a
Yeah.
couple of bits in there.
Okay, Leon, your turn.
Hop on, bud. Oh! Nope, that's the wrong place to lay down, friend.
Oh, no.
Leon? Leon! And that's Resident Evil 4, everyone! Thanks for coming around. No. We have one more chapter left.
I think this is just gonna be the last fight and possibly the jet ski thing at the end, if that wasn't too silly. I feel like the jet ski's gotta be there.
Ashley.
I'm concerned about the potential of jet ski.
I've been too faithful
Aw.
Okay.
to all the weird bits.
It's true.
There's no way that jet ski's not making it in.
This.
Leon, you did this too, okay? She can push buttons. Ashley is capable of hitting like 3 buttons.
The map.
They also tied it in with to Lewis telling him about the thing, and instead of Leon just finding the random debugging machine. They're just walking around in a lab and it's like, oh hey, let's just use this laser machine to get rid of the bugs.
Yeah, I like the little things that they've added to kind of like make things make a little more sense.
Yeah. We're alive. Thanks to him.
I like just thinking about people like sat in a room going, how do we make this not nonsense? What is this? is.
Who wrote this and what were they on? Methods of
Just
eradicating
because someone's
lost
here who
plagues.
doesn't know, Resident Evil 4 Original is like one of my favorite
Ridiculous.
things.
It's so
It's
silly.
so
It's
good.
so good.
So silly.
There are 2 ways to eradicate Las Plagas: antigen injection and surgery. If the parasite is not hatched yet, it can be treated by administering antigen directly into the body. Once it is hatched, however, there's not much that can be done besides slow its growth. With surgery, the plaga can be targeted and killed using a certain wavelength of radiation. But this is not without its risks. If the parasite has attached itself to the host's nervous system, the host will experience excruciating pain, and there is no effective anesthesia for this kind of procedure. Surgical removal carries considerable risks even before the parasite is fully developed. Once fully grown, however, it is too late. Removing the parasite would kill the host. But considering what will happen to them, death may be a murder. Or a mercy, not a murder. Death would be a murder. Yeah. There's the boy, right in the middle. Look at this idiot on the right-hand side with the umbrella. He's so excited to be there. He's goofy.
So stunned to be there.
So stoned to be there. What's this? Ugh, gosh. Excuse me. Do not be fooled into thinking that Las Plagas are merely tools for creating powerful bioweapons. Their true value lies in their ability to control. No matter how hostile the subject, a single injection can turn anyone into a faithful servant. Who needs spies when you can turn yesterday's enemy into today's ally? Controlling just one insider can bring an entire organization, an entire country, to its knees. Mass production of the superior species has made this possible. We have empowered Sadler. It is clear what he intends to do next. Can you imagine if Sadler had that much control? 6 billion loyal servants at his sole command. There would be no opposition, no war. Maybe for the first time in human history, the world would know peace. But I know how Sadler and the others have oppressed the people of this island for generations. I know how he treats them. That's no way to live. Because of that, I won't let it happen.
6 billion people just wandering around going, "Hey, un forastero!"
Gloria las Lord Sadler. Regarding our arrangement from Luis, I've compiled the research data that you wanted. Meet me at the designated time and place. To be clear, you're going to get me the hell out of here if I bring you the goods, right? Subject regarding our arrangement from AW. Who could that be? Hope you haven't forgotten about the amber. Without it, the data is worthless. It would be a shame to let your seat go to waste, so do not make me return empty-handed. Still remember the code phrase, I assume? Relax, I haven't forgotten, and don't worry about the amber, I'll figure something out. Think we can pick me up a pack of smokes on the way? Any brand is fine. Louise, please. Those things will kill you.
A cigarette.
The sample, which I've come to call the amber, was just sitting in the storeroom collecting dust. We used to have ample specimens for experimentation in the past, so it makes sense that this one was overlooked. In fact, the only reason I brought it back to my lab was because of this peculiar shape. After a basic analysis, I've changed my mind. The amber possesses a very unique quality. Although small and in a suspended state, it contains the same organ found in the dominant species, which we've only seen in Sadler himself. When fully developed, the amber may rival, or perhaps even surpass, Sadler's power. Unfortunately, the amber was confiscated by Sadler before I could make any further progress in my research. He may be on to me. I need to get my hands on that sample again and escape in order to continue my research elsewhere. It's the only way to counter Sadler. Of course, I don't think I can trust this outside group either, but I've already come this far. Hopefully I can sweet-talk my way out of this one too. I'll have to, for the world's sake.
I don't think you should trust Umbrella, Louis. Have you heard of Google?
Listen, he's just a silly guy. What are these? Wait, what?
Things? I don't know. Ketchup packets?
Not the ketchup. Listen, mind control is fine if it means peace. We're cool with that.
Awesome.
No, it's upstairs though. Ashley, go get it for me.
Ashley,
Oh.
go get my nice thing.
Like I said,
Actually-
we're a team.
Just kick the ladder down, if you wouldn't mind. Kick it
Oh, yeah.
down. Thank you.
I'm good at that.
Right?
It's not.
Pro
Okay.
ladder stomper.
You sure you're okay?
That up ahead looks like the boss arena.
Yeah, I think.
The like square bit right at the end.
Think this might be. I think this might be it.
We're real close.
Those.
So many potatoes.
I don't want any of that, really. Can we get the merchant one more time? Just once more.
This place. That woman who helped us.
Here seems like a good place to set up shop.
Oh, I'm sure she's fine. She's not the type to roll over that easy.
Sounds like you know her well.
Ashley, that is my girlfriend. Be nice to her. We love Ada here. Excuse me? Oh.
Bug.
Don't respect them!
No. Stupid bug.
Hello.
The only thing that got going for him is it's funny when they explode.
Yeah. No. Said there was a treasure. Hi!
Bug, I was looking for the treasure.
Bug, I don't respect you! I don't care for bugs at all. It wasn't, the first one we came across wasn't Adam, it was one Adam.
Oh, right, yeah. That makes sense.
That makes a little more sense.
Oh.
Thanks for the pendant. Deep beneath the castle grounds I have found my faith. Oh, behold the divine vestiges left upon this world. All begins here. Thanks, Adam. Fucking weirdo. Illuminato's final chapter! Praise be to the holy insects. You have been promised paradise on earth. Man, woman, or child, his love does not discriminate. Beast, fish, or bird, all creatures shall be equally blessed. Praise be to the holy insects. We are the humble servants of God. His wisdom will overcome any mountain. His omnipotence will cross any ocean. The light of heaven dwells in all things. Let our bodies be the seedbed. Praise be to the holy insects. We are the flock and the shepherd guides us. Our prayers will be sung all over the world. They will be heard by all. At last we shall exceed the stars in the sky. Yeah, okay, weirdos. How do I leave?
How do we decave?
How do I?
How is
Ashley,
cave outperformed?
Duo code? Hello and welcome.
Duo code is rating with a party of 6. Kaysh and the gang welcome you.
Hi,
Dumpster
Bono.
raid. Hello, Bono. Hello, Duo. How are y'all doing? Thank you for the raid. I really, really appreciate it.
Yeah, right at the end of this game, though. If you
Yeah. We're doing some Resident Evil for today. It is the remake. We're right at the end. So watch out for that. But how was your stream? How was the Fortnite? Thank you, Travis, for getting a shout out there. And thank you, Duo, for the follow. Let me pause right quick and just introduce myself real fast. My name is Kayshurrr. I'm a mystery and horror game streamer. You can call me Kaysh. I use they, them pronouns. And, we like to play scary stuff around here. Yeah, like I said, we're doing some Resident Evil. It's real great and real fun. But because I tend to play horror stuff, that has more adult content in it, we do offer content warnings for everything. !CW. We'll pull that up in chat if you ever want to take a peek at that. We are also an 18+ stream. So, you know, if you're a baby, if you're under 18, you gotta leave. You can't be here. Yeah, thank you, Travis, for getting the shout out for Fruity. I am streaming with my friend, Fruity here. FruitySpruce. And it's a good, fun, wild time. Well, yeah, welcome in, friends. I'm glad you're I'm glad stream was good. I'm glad Fortnite went well. And that you carried everyone to victory. Heck yeah, how those strolgers feel. Yeah, like I said, we are at the very end of the game though, so if you are planning on playing this and you don't want any spoilers, now is the time to ditch. Got Ashley here. And yeah.
Got Ashley and she's got squats on.
Not squirt. No, don't squat.
No. He's staring at her. That's a gun.
I wasn't pointing it at her. Listen.
She doesn't like it.
Well, she's gonna have to get over it because there are lots of dudes that I gotta shoot. But yeah, raiders and friends, if y'all need to take a break, feel free to do so. We're gonna be here for a little bit longer.
Might not be that many shootable dudes left.
Yeah, we're getting to the end of it.
You have some post-stream plans though, or post-game plans.
It's gonna be great. Do what you gotta. Take care of yourself. Make sure that you're taking a good break. Get some food, get some water, stretch, take care of any business you gotta take care of. If you do want to come back, we love that. If you're gonna stay, we love that too. Thank you for the hydrate reminder though.
Off and get while you were doing your introduction, sorry.
No, that's fine. It's a good time to do it. But yeah, for anyone new in chat, if we get a self-care redemption, it is highly recommended that you also do it as well, because we like to make sure that we're all taking care of each other and hydrating and making sure your posture is good. All good stuff. I have dinked my oiter.
Oh, yeah, dinka.
We have a merchant.
This might be the last one.
Yeah, we got a gold ingot. They said, hey, this is it. If you have any business to do it now. This is
yeah,
it.
that's the final boss arena.
Ooh, you have the stench of battle on you, mate.
You have the stench of battle on you, mate.
Got the
Sorry.
stench of bugs on you.
You got bug goop on you, mate.
Got anything for that?
What can I interest you in?
Let's repair our knife.
Crossing your T's, dotting your I's.
We actually did almost use up all the durability in the knife there for like the first time ever.
Yeah, well, it was a bit of a long stint without a merchant.
Yeah, and we still only almost used it up.
Yeah.
It's a thing of
Ammo
It's fine.
capacity isn't necessary. Reload speed, rate of fire could be a smidge faster. That's done. We don't
It's
really
already
need to do...
pretty good as the robots.
Yeah.
There's not
well, it's
a
like
whole lot that needs doing right now.
none of this needs to be done either, though, is the thing, you know?
Yeah, it's true.
This is key, pendant, gold ingot, velvet blue.
I'll
Everything
buy
in
it
here that
at
I
a
wanted?
high price.
No.
Oh, my back is
Large
killing me.
resources. None of this
Years
is
haven't been
important
kind
either.
to us,
So,
I suppose.
let's... Fuck it.
Yeah.
Let's just make that
Pack 2
huge.
more bullets into every bullet.
Yeah.
Might want to take care of any leftover
No, I know,
errands
sir.
before going this way. Be ashamed to live the rest of your life wondering, what if?
I like how they gave us that message one time before with the El Gigante fight, but this time they, like, made sure you heard it and
Yeah.
trapped you in it. They said, no, you're not leaving yet. Listen. Excuse me, sorry. We have saved. I forgot to sell my shit.
I think you started getting that message right at the end of the castle as well.
I think so.
Yeah. You're pretty good about telling you when you're about to cross the point of no
Yeah.
return.
Yeah! I like it when games do that. I would much rather know
Yeah.
than not.
If you want a fighting chance, you best tune up your kit.
You don't need to buy
We'll
anything.
come back anytime.
You know, I just saved. I gotta save again, because I sold some things. And then more shotgun shells? Oh.
So many shotgun shells.
And I guess we can do some handgun ammo as well.
Yeah.
Perfect.
We got 43 shotgun shells.
You think we got enough for the fight?
Someone's
Don't-
about to have a bad day, so I...
And you know what? Instead of the TMP, we're gonna register that. Instead, we're gonna get the Killer 7 going.
Nice.
And,
Leon, look! Is that...
is that what? Do you want to finish your sentence? Ada!
Oh, jeez!
Ada.
When did this happen?
just gonna let her just hang there? The heck?
Who's gonna throw us the infinite launcher if it is there?
My God. He is, though. Here's the thing,
Yeah.
Leon. He is. Because we're gonna go save Ada.
I won't be long.
Okay.
Hi, Ashley. Thinks he's gonna lure me out, huh? And then immediately runs to her. Ow!
Oh, dang, I've been lured out. How did he do that?
The bugs! They snuck up on us!
We're being annoyed by insects. Ah, it's slightly worse than regular houseflies.
Oh, sorry, he's so slimy.
Whoa, you gotta wiggle out.
Get him,
He's
Ada!
a nudable lad.
Not the noodable boy! We've done this before, you fools!
You felt renegade.
How did he know? It's the best way to play Mass Effect. Jesus.
God, I have an eyeball come out of his mouth now.
Yeah. Oh. Ah! Ah! That's too many eyes! Holy shit, look at him! Travis.
He's got so many things, I can't see if the little man's just wiggling around underneath him like it was in the original. Which is one of my favorite parts.
He kinda is.
Yeah, I can see his robe! Oh, he goops.
Yeah, it was worth it though. He can
Looking at the
see
little man.
tastes. Where? Oh, that's okay. Okay, I
All the
understand what I'm
eyeballs are
looking
weak
at.
points in the original.
Yeah, I just couldn't figure out which eyeball it wanted me to shoot. Shit.
Which eyeball do I eyeball?
Fuck.
Wait.
Okay, okay, this is fine. Okay,
Oh dear.
it's fine.
Yeah.
You just gotta move.
Consider just moving out of the way.
Oh, wait.
Whoop.
I
Oh.
don't know how I dodged that,
Hey.
but okay.
Just
Fuck.
be a gamer. It's fine.
I hit control and he didn't do the thing that I wanted him to do.
Yeah, it's a bit wiggly. Yeah, it's caught in long animations, does Leon in this one.
Yeah.
Don't always do what you want when you tell him to.
Open your fucking mouth!
Maybe you gotta shoot his leg eyes to get into him in his head eye. Oh. I'm sure you did that.
Yeah, I also didn't. You have to stop. Shit.
Well, you got one good shot.
Fuck.
Imagine eyeballs on your knees. You'd just be able to see the inside of your trousers all the time.
Horrible.
Sorry, Flowers, all looking at the big wiggly man.
Yeah, it's big wiggly man fight time. Fuck, where'd he go?
He's gone further down. Thought he might eventually. Easy summoning ads!
I
Unbelievable.
think so. Wait, Leon, where are you going?
Leon, they were a red hub.
I wanted that.
Having eyeballs everywhere isn't new, by the way. That's in the original design. He's all eyeballs all the time, all weak points.
Yeah.
It's actually not a hard boss fight in the original game. It's just like
Ouch.
it's very climactic and very fun.
Yeah.
But yeah. It doesn't even like set him up as being that big a problem by the time like Leon gets back to him. Like for the intro, instead of doing all the horrible tentacle stuff, he just tries to like mind control Leon and Cat because there's no bug in him anymore. And he's like, whoop, ruh-roh. Guess I'm getting on today.
He's just a fucking nerd. Oh! Hey, guy, can you stop? Here's the issue. There's lots of bugs around, and they're very annoying. And I want
You
them
don't
to...
respect them and they're annoying.
Yeah! Okay, I want to go down here, actually, I think is the thing.
That's fair. I don't know what was happening right behind you, but it didn't sound good.
It was loud, is what it was. Sir.
Can you still hit him with a crane, though?
I hope so.
Oh. Oh, that's where he was stomping.
Hop? Hop, hop, hop? It sounds like he's just going, zombie! Zombie! Which is definitely not what he was saying, but I'm gonna pretend because it was funny. Sir!
Is that what he was saying in your head? In your head.
Fuck! Oh, that laugh, though.
Bad laugh.
Hey, TMP ammo.
Nice.
Great.
We're fully out of Magnum, right? So might as well
Yep.
take that off the quick select if we want the TMP back.
Right.
Sorry, you don't
No.
have to. It's...
No, I do have to, though, is the thing. I absolutely have to, and something just fell, and I don't know what it was. It's
Was
fine.
it the hopping lad?
No,
This is a lad
it's-
hopping.
he do be hopping. Fuck off!
You need to go a little bit closer. Oh, okay. There he is. That's
I'll take
fine.
it.
Oh yeah, actually that wasn't a bad trade.
It was calculated.
Yeah.
I figured I would at least get some damage on him.
Unless you're like right on it, the explosions do tend to do a lot less damage to Leon in this one. from what I've been messing around with. Like if it's something you did, if it's something the enemy are doing, then it does a lot of damage to you. Don't get hit by the dynamite, it's bad. Also, don't stab the people who have dynamite in the dynamite.
Yeah,
that sets off the dynamite. Is the thing about it. Can confirm. That wasn't a good idea.
Oh, is he done?
No way. We ain't even shown me the rocket launcher yet.
Oh! Yeah, you're right.
Resident Evil boss.
I'm getting sick of your shit.
Sorry, Leon. Wasn't even a one-liner. He's just annoyed.
I'm heckin' mad, says Leon. Leon's gonna be so
Oh
tomorrow.
God.
Oh, this didn't happen in the original.
Finally, the look that suits you, Sadler. A monster in and out.
Is he a little a wiggle baby?
Stay short. It's not
I think so.
you.
Sadler, are you a wiggle baby? Hey! There we go.
I mean, if you want me to. Anything for my baby. Just got the achievement, your small time.
I'll give you a holy body.
What does that even mean? Is it, are you putting holes in his body? Is that what you're trying to say?
Goofin.
That was cool.
What's cool?
Alright, time to take a nap, Leon. You've earned it. Ada.
What the hell are you doing?
Nothing personal, Leon. Luis and I had
Stealing your juice, Leon.
Don't worry, I'll take good care of it. Ride's here. You coming?
I think we both know this is where we go our separate ways.
So that's Ada Wong. That's our girlfriend, and we love her.
Separate ways is Ada's campaign. Are they gonna do that?
That would be awesome.
Yeah, it would.
Better get a move on.
Flowers, I would genuinely.
We need the keys. Thank you.
Genuinely highly recommend
Honey
that you check out Resident Evil 4, the original.
Yeah,
it's
it's so
very
good. It's like genuinely one of the best games ever made. The remake has been very faithful and very cool.
Where's she going?
Who knows?
Away.
I don't understand. Why would she just...
That's what she does.
It's gonna what?
She's bamboozled us again. I like it.
It's an old one. You could probably emulate it if your computer's decent. Mine isn't.
Hey, let's get out of here.
Yeah.
But it shouldn't matter. I don't know. I don't know how old your computer is. Mine is pretty ill. But you can get it on like anything if you have
any and
any
every
console.
console. Like, it has been released and re-released and re-released on every single platform ever.
Here yet.
Yeah.
Are we just running and... Is that just what we're doing? Oh, I have to jump.
Thanks.
8-ish years? It should be fine. Fuck!
Yeah, it should be fine. I think. I'm not
Yeah.
a computer thing, Noah, but it seems like it should absolutely... Like, this game is more than 8 years... the original game is more than 8 years old.
My old computer could emulate PlayStation games, or PlayStation 2 games pretty well.
My computer can't emulate PlayStation 2 games very
yeah.
well, but it's very old.
Mine
I'm
was
dying.
pretty old at that point when I was doing that, so I think yours should be okay.
All right. Not bad.
Oh god, it is the jet ski.
Oh, sorry, it's a water scooter? Totally
jet
different.
ski.
Jet ski.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh, this is horrible.
Wibbly wobbly.
Just taps, just gentle taps. And getting caught on corners. It's fine. It's fine.
The first appearance of Ada is in Resident Evil 2, which you could definitely emulate.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also wonderful.
I love Resident Evil 2 so much.
Yeah.
My jet ski is dying. Ah!
Ashley's having a good time.
Ah! It's fine. Everything's fine. It's going great. This is all planned. Yeah, she's having a riot back there.
Loves it.
I'm back here freaking out, and she's just giggling and laughing.
So giggly. We need to call up Honeygun and be gross now.
Oh no, please.
I'm not sure that was insane.
Don't drink it. Bruce, it's Condor 1. Baby Eagle has been acquired.
Mission accomplished. right?
Bruce, you look really cute without your glasses. Oh.
Mission accomplished. Safe.
Thank you for saving me.
Don't mention it.
You know, I could put in a word with my dad. Have you assigned to my detail, if you're interested?
Actually, your dad's Leon's best friend, so, you know.
You proved you can handle yourself. Even if you could use a lesson in knife safety. Come on.
Don't try and make this baby a knife nerd. That's just you, Leon. No one else likes knives as much as you. It was you and Krauser, and now Krauser's dead.
Do you read me? Come in. I said come in. Is this thing even on? Leon.
Honey.
Leon, are you and Ashley all right?
Hunnigan,
Where
it's Leon.
are you? Come on.
I do miss him calling up for Hunnigan all the time and going, "Hey, it's Leon," when there's a camera on his phone.
What's happening? Oh, it's just okay. It's just credits. I really liked that.
Yeah. It's really cool.
It was a good game. I had a lot of fun with it. I'm gonna have a lot more fun with it when I play through again on New Game Plus. And yeah. I don't really have any, like, I don't know, like, big complaints about anything that they've done as far as changes are concerned. I do wish that there had been more silly banter between Salazar and Leon.
Yeah, that was kind of disappointing. Salazar's nowhere near as good in this one.
Yeah.
He didn't even call Mr. Kennedy.
That was the best part.
Yeah.
Um.
And Leon doesn't respond. No thanks, bro.
Yeah.
It's one of the best lines. It's almost as good as bingo.
They did keep the bingo though. They kept a lot of like the really good one-liners. There were a couple that they missed, but you know, it is a remake, not a remaster.
Just like Harry, dear boy, to be as dumb as possible.
Honestly, though, is there? I'm scared to skip it because it makes it feel like it's gonna do something. Like there's gonna be some video that we're gonna not video, but there's gonna be like an extra cutscene or something. But maybe not. Oh! Or maybe.
That's it, huh? She's got the goop.
Got the goop.
Patch me through. I've obtained the amber.
I have seen
Excellent.
very few Marvel movies. Is that a fucking Wesker? Is
That's
that a Wesker?
Wesker.
What are you planning to do with this?
I do not pay you to ask questions.
What a fucking
All
asshole.
you need to know is a new dawn is breaking. 100 will give their lives so that just one.
His new voice is
may
very
live.
generic.
Yeah.
I am expediting that change.
So, we're talking millions of casualties.
Billions.
How ambitious?
Are we gonna snap his neck?
We're changing course now.
Okay, kind of figured that was coming.
They're not gonna get very far on that jet ski. I do just want to point out.
Yeah.
So they don't hold a lot of gas is the thing about
And they
jet
don't
skis.
do well on like ocean waves.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's fine. It's Leon driving, so he doesn't know that the jet ski can't get him all the way home, and therefore it will get him all the way home. That's how Leon works. She took her glasses off.
She took 'em
Leon,
off.
you gotta be cross about that.
Hey! I'll take a B on my first playthrough.
That's a passing grade.
I have got a mafia
gangsta.
outfit. And then sunglasses and a foam mask and a flight cap. Okay.
Looked
86
very
point-
funny in the flight cap in his jacket. I'll just save over that. That's fine. New playthrough. New background. Ooh.
Professional mode has been on. But hardcore is already so hard.
I'm not sure exactly what professional changes, but you can't load checkpoints in it. You need to manually save at typewriters, I think.
Yeah.
I think there's ink ribbons. There might be ink ribbons.
I mean, that would be cool. I like the ink ribbons personally.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just have to get rid of all the new markers.
Oh, so many things.
And then we'll just go through here real fast. Yeah, no, this was rad as fuck, and I loved it, and I'm so excited to play again.
Glad it were really good.
Yeah! It was fun, and I liked it. Quick, short break, and then we tier list?
Let's Sounds good to me.
All right. Yeah, everyone do a stretch. Get some water. Get a snack if you haven't recently. And then we'll rank some men's. It's gonna be great. Yeah, it's pee time for me, so BRB, y'all.
Pee time.
I am back. But this is fine. Fruity is not yet. So it'll give me a chance to find some music to play in the background. Thanks. How you doing today, Travis?
Sorry, I'm here.
No, that's fine. I just got back. Like,
I messed all of my
seconds
things up.
ago. Oh, no.
And I closed out of the video and couldn't work out what I'd done, and then all the windows were in the wrong place, and I was trying to unmute myself, but I couldn't work out how, and then I realized it was because I wasn't muted. So
hey, you figured it out
just
eventually.
the whole thing.
This is fine. Okay, I exit out of game. I'm gonna stop streaming to you in a second.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Then I need chat to let me know if music is too loud. Also, coconut sweet potato stew sounds delicious. Where did all of my files go? Because I figure I will... Right now is good? Okay, cool. If it ends up getting a little too loud, let me know and we can fix that. I found all of the things. I figure I will send you the files.
Oh.
So that you can see what's happening.
That's fair. I can just watch on stream, actually, to be fair.
Yeah, but there's gonna be a delay, and it's stupid.
Yeah, but we're just looking at JPEGs, right?
Yeah, but they're trying.
Okay. That's fine.
I mean, whatever works, you know? But I do have them up and ready to go. Look, they're so
Oh.
small.
See all those tiny men. Look at those
Aw.
tiny boys.
Look at those tiny boys. There it is. There's our tier list. So I've had to do this funny because the pictures, as I have mentioned, are very, very tiny. And now they're very blown up and horrible on stream, and I love that. I'm only going to show 3 at a time, though, because there are some very good ones in there. I am a little annoyed that it didn't... there we go. That it didn't mix them up. Oh, no, this is fine. I can mix them up.
Oh,
It did just sort of put them there in the order that they were uploaded, even though it made it sound like it was going to...
that's Wesker. It's not Duke. He thinks it's Duke Nukem.
Is that a Duke Nukem?
Is that
But
Clown Jack?
don't worry about it. Listen, I couldn't find. I spent all morning working on this. Okay, let's start with that and sorting through all of the Wikipedia like articles to find the men's was very difficult. Actually, let me open up a new tab and take that over here so that... No, you know what? Can you look up people if we need to?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay. I
Hang
didn't
on,
know
I'll get the
if...
Resident Evil wiki open.
I didn't know if, like, your computer would freak out about it or not, but it would be helpful because there are a couple people on this list that I know nothing about, either because I haven't played their game, or I blocked them out of my memory.
I see Tofu.
No, you don't! Shh, you can't!
Damn.
You're letting people know what's on the list! It's fine. It's fine.
But
Okay.
I could see my boy.
Okay, I think they're sufficiently shuffled now. But yeah, to start with, I guess we got... Who do we got? We have we have Billy Cohen, and we've got Jack Baker, and
Clown Jack specifically.
and we've got Brad Vickers. Look, I could not for the life of me find a good picture of Jack. They were all like him in the dark, or he didn't have a head, or various other things. So it was Clown Jack we were going for. But these are the 3 that we will start with.
That just makes it bad for me.
Clown.
I love clowns.
So yeah, like I've played Resident Evil 0. I have played it once, and I am pretty sure I was stoned out of my mind when I did it. So, I don't remember much of that game, except that it was very silly, and I think very bad.
It's bad, and Billy's bad, and Rebecca's always bad. They're all bad.
He does come with his own set of handcuffs, though. That's just attached to his being. And I know. But I do remember him just being insufferable and, like, super edgy and annoying.
He's a bit of a Steve, but he's not as bad as Steve. He's
and
definitely not Steve tier bad.
Steve is obviously a D.
We
Give
need
Steve
a
a D.
special Steve tier for just Steve.
Perfect. So what? Will we... It's not starting great if we're gonna throw him in, like, a D or a C rank.
I think this is a D or a C.
Okay.
I think he's bad, but it's fine, because Clown Jack's next.
It is true. We'll throw him in C for now. We can always wiggle him around if we need to. Like, we could... I mean, he's definitely not A rank, but, you know, we can put him where we want. I guess our criteria for, how we rank them is just however we feel.
Yeah.
I'm not going just...
How good is there? How good is the lad?
Some of it is based on just how cool they look. I do have some repeats in here, specifically for characters that had, like, big redesigns, either between games or for remakes and stuff like that. So they're may or may not be a couple of Chris's.
It's just like 20 Chris's.
There
And they're
may
all
or may not
completely
be...
different people.
Yeah, honestly, though. So
Keeps happening.
so just as a heads up, there will be a couple of repeats that way. But yeah, so we do have Jack. And I don't know what the general consensus on Jack is, but I like Jack.
I fucking love Jack. I think Jack is amazing. He's like
He's sassy. He's terrifying.
He
like,
doesn't give a shit. And
does
it's
not.
like scarier than if he did. It's just how they're having a good time.
I love him as an antagonist. Just because like you said, like he doesn't necessarily like care. He cares in that he just wants to find you and make you join the family, but he's not overly serious about it. Like
you
Margarita
can't really do
is.
anything about him, and he knows it.
Yeah, he's
so
just...
he's happy to just clown around as pictured.
No, this is Father Jack. You're thinking of Uncle Joe, Travis.
It's one uncle on the list.
We'll find out.
Oh.
We'll find out. Are we... I like Jack, but I don't necessarily think... Oh.
I think definitely an A for Jack.
That's what I was gonna say. I'm like, I don't think
Yeah.
he's an S tier, but I do think he's A tier for sure. He's just a good dude.
He's like an extremely good villain, and he got a
he's
lot
so
of people
good.
into Resident Evil as well.
Yeah.
Like that's definitely the best part of Resident Evil 7 is the Jack section. And
Big agree.
Yeah.
Okay, up next we have Brad Vickers. Actually, let me do it this way. I don't like that everyone can see all of, at least the 3 at any given time. So we'll just make the one boy and he'll just be very big.
Think only of Brad.
Only Brad. Brad is in 1 and 3, right?
I thought he was just in 3. I thought he got killed by Nemesis in 3, and that's the only thing he ever did in the series.
Okay, he might be one that we have to look up at some point, because
Okay.
I thought he was in the first one. I thought he was the helicopter man in the first one.
No,
who, like,
that's... Is it?
not the one who dies, the one who like comes back.
Yeah,
to
the one who
save
flies
everyone.
away, who pisses
Yeah.
off right at the fucking start and leaves
Yeah.
everyone behind.
I think that's Brad. But we might need to confirm that, because that feels like it could sway our opinion of him. If his only shtick is that he shows up and tells Jill about Nemesis and then gets deaded, then, you know...
I'm just thing on him now, because I'd pre-googled him to check.
If it's just that he gets killed by Nemesis, probably a C. But if he's the one who fucked off at the very beginning of 1...
That's, I can't remember his name, but his, like, nickname's Chicken Heart. Do not leave Chicken Heart in the fucking getaway car, he will run away. And I thought you could find him as a zombie in 2, but, like, you don't see him die, he just turns up as a zombie.
Maybe?
That's what I thought. I'm frequently wrong.
I mean...
Brad saves you. He's the guy who saves you from Tyrant at the end of Resident Evil 1.
Okay.
He's not the one. It's Stars Bravo team that most of the people in the game are in, and he's the pilot for Alpha team.
Ah, okay. So he didn't leave everyone to get fucked. He actually came and helped everyone.
He flew around for a while, saying, "Hey, is anyone there?" into his radio, and they saw you fighting Tyrant on the roof, and he came to help. Like you shoot a flare up. I remember what happened.
So cool of him to show up and try and help out. Bad of him for just floating around, being like, "Hello, anyone
Is
there?
anybody there?"
Hello."
And then he shows up and dies in 3.
Yeah. So C rank? C tier?
Oh no, I might be. Sorry.
No, this is fine. Listen, we're
Yeah,
learning
no,
as we
he
go.
warns Jill that,
Mhm.
hey, Nemesis is coming, watch out. And then he gets
Yeah.
killed by...
By Nemesis.
Actually, it says he gets killed by zombies? I thought he got destroyed by
What?
Nemesis.
Is that one of those, like... Because 3 has a lot of choice. Well, a lot. 3 has choices in it, though, and maybe he gets killed by Nemesis in one track and zombies in another?
He gets infected by the T-virus, and then either... gets killed at the police station later?
Okay.
By Carlos? Or he's just wiggling
Carlos.
around when the city gets bombed?
Okay.
He's not a great. He's not gonna be S tier.
Oh, for what?
I feel.
Who knew? I mean, C or D? D? Are we leaning towards D with him?
Okay.
Brad?
I mean, there
He
is
does-
a D in Brad.
There is no C in Brad, though. Brad, are you...
If we're having a special tier only for Steve, I'm happy with Brad being in D.
Okay. Alright, well
This
there
is
we go.
baby Chris.
Yes. So like I said, I have included some of the Chris's in there. And while Baby Chris is not canon, Baby Chris is very good.
I mean, baby Chris is pretty good.
I love Baby Chris. I am a little biased towards...
Do we have
towards
Chris
Baby
Baby
Chris.
in here as well as baby Chris?
No.
Aw.
I thought about it, but I was like, oh, no, that's catering too much to my nonsense.
Too many Chris's.
I think I already have like 4 of them in here. Is the thing.
There's a lot of different guys who all claim to be Chris Redfield.
Should I just go ahead? What the fuck was that? Sorry, everything is like falling on my desk and I don't know what any of it is. It's all just making noise and it scares me.
Poltergeist?
Potentially. Should I just go ahead and put Baby Chris in S tier? Are we?
I think so.
Okay.
I think that's fair.
All right.
This is a mod for Resident Evil Village that makes Chris's head a baby head.
It makes him be Rosemary, and it's very funny, and I love that mod. It should just be implemented into the game. I also just really like Village Chris, particularly because he actually feels like a fleshed out character, not just Armenian.
He's always gonna be Army Man, but yeah,
no,
he's got...
for sure. But he's got a little more depth to him as well, as opposed to just being big, bulky, boulder punching asshole. I don't know. I like the friendship that he and Ethan have. If you can call it a friendship. in Village.
He lends Ethan his tank. He clearly considers
best
him a friend.
Best friends. And I think he's more torn up about Ethan being dead at the end of 8, spoilers, than Mia is. He takes it so hard.
Leon and Chris are not the same person.
Chris is big, bulky army man. Leon is perfect hair twink boy.
Yeah. Chris is not a twink.
No, not by...
He's just a, angry war uncle.
Yeah.
And Leon likes knives a little bit too much. But other than that, he's perfect. And Chris doesn't quip. Totally different people.
Absolutely, though. Alright, next person we have is Nikolai, whose last name I know, but I cannot pronounce. He's the...
I've never seen this man before in my life.
It is the remake version of him. But he's like the big bad for RE3. He's the one who, aside from Nemesis, is antagonizing Jill the entire time. I think he's actively trying to blow up the city Even when everyone's like, hey, maybe that's not actually a good idea. Yeah.
I don't remember. I don't remember him at all.
None information on Nikolai. Understood. Let's pull up
I'm
his
looking him up.
wiki.
Yeah.
Let's get
He
some info on Nikolai.
participated in Operation Emperor's Mushroom. That's important.
He's a Soviet Army veteran who served in Umbrella's paramilitary as a sergeant.
Apparently he's Hunk's friend. Oh no, he's Hunk's rival.
Whoa!
Man.
So we hate him now.
I guess so.
I vaguely remember him. Maybe I don't remember him infecting himself.
It says
Right.
he gets fucking killed by Nemesis.
That might be it then. Rival is
Either
just a
gets-
friend with extra steps. Facts.
Either
Sorry.
gets killed by Nemesis, he escapes. Oh no, he gets killed in a helicopter by Jill. Or he escapes in a helicopter.
Dang.
Or he tries to steal a helicopter and then just doesn't, fails. Even though there was a second helicopter on the helipad he could have escaped on. He really wanted that one.
That was his favorite. That one was his favorite. His original sprite isn't too much different from the remake one, which is why I've not included it. I think the biggest difference is that he wears green in the original. I hate this model though because it gives off it's hard to see because it's so small and pixelated. But it gives off, and I also don't know if anyone else is gonna know this reference. But he reminds me of Sick Boy from Trainspotting.
Oh no.
Which on its own wouldn't be an issue except for the fact that it's off-brand Sick Boy, and I hate that.
I kind of recognize his sprite in the Resident Evil 3 original, but I still can't remember anything he's ever done. He's just a guy with a popped collar.
It's just a guy with a popped collar, therefore... D rank?
Yeah, he does have horrible hair. Put him in D rank.
And especially since you've got Nemesis in there as well, right? Nemesis is our antagonist for 3. And then they sort of just they threw him in there. They threw Nikolai in there, and it's but I already have Nemesis. I already have Stars Man.
Don't need some fucking human man. Ridiculous.
He's just a stupid human man. Perfect. Great. So Nikolai is D tier. This is Piers Niven from 6.
Oh god, it's Piers!
And I don't know anything about him.
You know how Waluigi just shows up when Wario needs a double stat for tennis?
Yeah! Sorry, I already know where this is going and I hate him!
So when Chris needs a double spat of a tennis, Piers appears.
Chris?
There is nothing notable about Piers at all. He is just an army man. He's awful. At the end of the game, for the last boss fight, he gets his arm cut off and replaced with a big monster arm, and he has to solo the last boss fight while player 1 just watches. And if you're playing as Chris, which you are if you're playing one player, you just have to watch the AI do the boss fight for you. So
I
that's
love
cool.
him! I love him so much! He's so...
So Piers is very good.
B rank!
Okay, sure, put him in B. I don't know why I didn't bother. B for I don't know why I fucking bother.
I love how useless he is! That's so stupid! Oh my god.
It's real bad. He's like Helena for Leon, but Helena's funny and there's things about her that I enjoy. But instead of that, he's Piers.
Here, for you, I can put him in a C rank if you'd rather.
No, it's fine. You can go wherever.
I love how stupid all of that
it's
is.
awful.
All of that is very dumb, which falls in line with things that I love. Put him in a B rank.
I love that he's player 2 and player 1 just has to watch him fight the guy. Because player 1, he does this move where he's like, to make him vulnerable, Piers has to specifically hit him with like a laser beam from his mutant arm. And Chris doesn't have a mutant arm or a laser beam, so he can't do it. So he just has to stand there and wait.
Oh my god, when are we playing 6?
We could
Holy
do 6
shit.
as the good flop tech.
Yeah. Oh god, okay, sorry. Oh, that was very funny. Next up we have Steve.
So Steve is the worst character in all of Resident Evil, right?
Yes, absolutely. He is the worst.
I'm glad we're on the same page. He goes right at the end of D tier.
He will, yeah, he would get his own. I didn't think to make a Steve only tier.
That's fine.
I should have, but he will remain at the very end. So we all just know that he is the worst. Most of these other ones won't be in any like particular order in their row. Steve though is specifically at the end.
Steve is in Code Veronica. He helps Claire. He's real bad. We do not enjoy Steve.
So bad. Code Veronica
Marvin,
is
right?
it's a whole thing. Yeah, so this is Marvin.
I don't want to talk about Steve. Get him out of here. Let's talk about Marvin.
That's fair. We have to move on. There's been too much Steve already. Yeah, we have Marvin. Marvin's pretty alright, right? He's like
he is a cop.
Yeah, okay, but we've also
That probably takes off a tier.
Okay, so he can't be S rank. We understand that. No, that tracks.
Yeah.
But he is friend of Leon. He helps Leon a shit ton with his cool guts falling out.
yeah. When you start the game, Marvin's already been mortally wounded by zombies.
Yeah.
He can't really like move around much, so he just kind of sits in the entrance hall, but he helps you out a lot.
Yeah.
And then he gets tragically zombified after a while in the police station.
Yeah.
And in the original, he just kind of, you talk to him like once when you walk in the door, and then he immediately dies.
Yeah.
They did make him a lot better. This is the remake Marvin though, right?
It is, yeah. But their sprites were very similar, and while there is differences between the characters,
they just made him like more of a guy,
yeah,
more of a character.
And that's we only have one Marvin on here, but I figured that was fine.
Yeah.
I personally think I would throw him in a B rank.
Yeah, put him in front of
solid
Pierce.
too.
Please at least put him in front of Pierce. We have said that it doesn't matter what order they're in, but still.
There's a couple that will matter, I guess. Hey, I know you hate Steve. What about another Steve?
So this is when Steve gets turned into a big monster. In it, like, there's a really annoying bit with Monster Steve.
It's Steve,
Steve
so
is
yes.
a piece of shit.
He's a piece of shit. Do we think he's worse or better than regular Steve?
Well, he is actively antagonizing you instead of passively antagonizing you, but also he doesn't talk much when he's a monster. No, it's really bad. It's still really bad. It's still Steve.
It's still Steve. You cannot.
It's just
Once
Steve.
a Steve, always a Steve.
There's no difference between these two pictures. It's just Steve.
I am with flowers though. The not talking is a bonus, and I think.
But then he does like a big speech when he's dying, right?
Maybe I don't remember much of Code Veronica
like
because again, when I played it, I was either very drunk or very stoned.
It's either like before he starts chasing you or after and while he's dying.
I think it's while he's dying.
Yeah, I thought it was too. And he has Steve's head also on the giant monster. The giant monster just has a little Steve head. Oh, my son!
We'll
Don't
we'll
matter if
say
it goes
that
in
they're
front or
equal.
behind, because they're just Steve.
It's just Steve. We do have our lovely little son here, Mr. Salazar, Mr. Ramon
Kennedy.
Well, that's the thing. So here's the thing about Steve. He's not supposed to be a bad guy.
He's supposed to be helping you, and he's awful when he's helping you, and then he turns
Yeah.
into a bad guy.
And you're like, this
He's
has not
awful
changed
again.
my opinion of you at all. I am now actively happy that I get to do a murder on you, though.
But you're not happy because he's a really fucking annoying
Yeah.
enemy also. It's just, there's no
Yeah.
winning. There's no winning with Steve.
It's bad. I've been thinking about doing all of the Resident Evils on stream, because that's my brain right now. And I have, like, toyed with the idea of doing Code Veronica, but between the fact that it is incredibly problematic and also has Steve,
Well,
it
honestly,
might be one
like,
we have to skip.
if anyone was gonna do it, I'd want it to be in like a controlled environment where I knew that the person
Yeah.
playing wasn't a horrible transphobe.
Yeah. And I mean,
So,
that's how I started my
That is,
channel,
like-
was doing not problematic content, but being able to do that kind of stuff and discuss why it was a problem.
yeah, it is a
um,
problem. We'd be very
it's a-
critical of Code Veronica.
Incredibly critical.
There's like
yeah.
good stuff. It's not. I don't even know how much good stuff there is about it. It's just like I want
It's more Claire time.
Claire to have a nice adventure, and this sucks actually, but at least Claire's here.
I think, like, we've talked about it a bunch at this point, but it's like, if Capcom wants to remake a lot of the Resident Evils, Code Veronica would be the next best one to do. If they went about it and, like, fixed everything about it.
There's so much to change. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
It would have to be a brand new game, and honestly,
It's
that would
absolutely
be fine.
the must work.
But yeah, moving on from the bad Steves and Code Veronica as a whole,
Okay.
we got Ramon, we got our good little goblin man Salazar here, ARS rank.
I
Because let's be,
mean,
those are the only two options for him.
oof. I don't know if I like him as much as Jack. I do love him. He just
Okay.
gets owned a lot, which is very endearing to me. And he does the weird back and forth banter with Leon. That's nonsensical and hilarious. It's very good.
He's very
and he
good.
goes, Mr. Kennedy.
It's true. These are all very good things about our wonderful friend Salazar. So then, what are you thinking?
Could be S tier. I don't know. I feel weird putting him above Jack.
That's fair. He can. Would we be fine with
I
him
think
being
A
with
tier.
Jack?
Yeah, give him
Okay.
an A tier.
Okay. All right. This person.
He's a really fun villain, but for like completely different reasons. He's just
Yeah.
constantly getting owned by Leon.
He is very bad at his job, but he's having a good old time with it. This is not. Don't get this confused. This is not Hunk. This is Agent, Ada's partner
In Resident Evil 6.
Yeah. I only know that he is Ada's partner because I looked at this like list of like characters from Resident Evil, and I was like, who the fuck is Agent? And I
Who is
opened the page
Agent?
up, and I'm like, that's just Hunk. And the page is like, no, do not get this man confused. This is not Hunk. This is just Agent.
So in Resident Evil 6, you do the 3 main campaigns, and then you unlock the secret. The 3 main campaigns are Chris and Piers, Leon and Helena, and Jack Wesker and Sherry Birkin. Wesker has a son called Jack,
Yeah.
and he knows Kung Fu.
Isn't it Jack Muller?
It could be Muller.
He changed his
But he's
name, so he's
definitely
not like
Wesker's
his
son.
dad. Yeah, no, he's 100% Wesker's son.
Yeah, and then you unlock the secret 4th campaign, which is just Ada's campaign. But someone realized, like, hey, we should, like, the first 3 campaigns we've built entirely around 2-player. We can't just do Ada. So they added Agent into the gameplay sections, but not to any of the cutscenes. So I think canonically Agent is a hallucination that Ada's having while she goes on a solo adventure. I'm not entirely convinced Agent is real. Like, he just reappears after every cutscene out of nowhere. I don't think he has any lines or anything. He just appears whenever there's gameplay.
Okay, I have to take this back. Piers goes to C rank and Agent goes to B. Because
Like
if he is,
Agent better than Piers, that makes sense.
if Agent is a hallucination, that does mean he is just an extension of Ada, and
Okay,
Ada
that's
is rad
fair.
as fuck. But he's
Ada's
not
cool.
Ada, so he gets to be a little less than cool. So B rank it is for Agent, unless you have. Unless you have any other things to add to that.
I don't think there's a lot to say about Agent.
Everything has been said. What do you mean you don't make friends with your hallucinations? Is that not normal? Alright, next up!
Travis, that was clearly Mike, and also there was no one driving the helicopter, it's just Mike.
It's just Mike. Mike the helicopter.
Agent
What
is not
Mike
Mike. Agent's never even. He's got nothing to do with Mike.
They've never
Sorry.
been in the same room together. They don't know each other. They're nothing. They don't know nothing about each other. Up next, we have Carl Heisenberg, not to be confused with Walter White. Heisenberg, greasy, gross, mechanical man from Village. Kind of a doofus.
I kind of love Heisenberg.
I mean, I say these things about him. He is very great.
It's the shirtless lad that they keep on staff for the Resident Evil Village. He has power over. He's kind of got
like
Magneto
Magneto.
powers.
Yeah.
And he has a big hammer, and he turns into a mech.
He does turn into a mech, which may or may not be on our list.
Oh no! I'd feel bad putting him below A tier, I think.
Okay. I would argue that he is not S tier.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because he's got beef with my beautiful wife, Alcina Dimitrescu. But he's pretty funny, and he does have a helicopter man in his basement, which is very funny to me.
Ooh, this is Kendo. Sorry.
It is Kendo!
So this is the bad Kendo. Rob Kendo? Something.
This
Not
is...
Josh Kendo. You never see him. He's a mystery
Yeah,
man.
this is the one that kills his daughter. This is the
Yeah,
bad dad
she is zombified,
Kendo.
right? Is she not zombified?
I don't remember her being zombified. I think either
Hang on.
she was bit and they were getting ready to get zombified. Also, Lollipops, thank you for the follow. And pronouns. Hey, everyone in chat, if you are comfortable sharing your pronouns, now is the time to do that. I use they them pronouns.
Use any pronouns.
Any
He's
and all of
friends
them.
with Barry, which is a plus.
We do love Barry here. Oh, I should probably like update stream to let people know that we're tier listing now.
I didn't realize he was horrible. Is he horrible?
I think he is.
Hang on, I'm just reading.
No, it's fine. I'm gonna keep it on the Resident
Did
Evil
they
4
change?
thing. Flowers uses she her, and Bonaparte uses he him.
He killed his
Okay.
wife because she was bit.
Okay,
To save his daughter.
but then doesn't he kill his daughter, or am I making that up?
Okay, I'm not sure. Hang on, what's her name?
Robert?
His name's Robert.
I think so.
Yeah,
Pretty
it is.
sure.
It is 100%. Emma Kendo's the daughter, or is that the wife?
Oh, you would think I would know because I love to, but like,
Well, yeah, but these are like not characters in the game.
Yeah.
Also, this stuff happens in the RE2 remake, and the original he just gets
Yeah.
eaten by zombies. He just
You show up. Doesn't he like yell at you about his guns and then he gets et?
yeah. I think he's letting people hide in the gun shop in it, and then the zombies just push the window down and eat him like immediately.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Robert, he did kill his wife and daughter.
Yikes!
During a tense encounter with the survivors Leon and Ada, Robert brought Emma back into their apartment building, where he immediately killed her with his shotgun
Jesus.
to prevent zombification.
Bad dad.
He's a bad dad.
And dad does start with D. Are we throwing him in the D tier?
Yeah, sorry, Rob. You probably shouldn't have killed all of your family.
Wowee, what a trash man. Not to be confused with the trash
man.
We got Albert Wesker.
Albert Wesker, he has the slick back hair. As you can see, he's wearing a white bathing suit. He's a piece of shit.
He's a piece of shit, and I don't think he can change.
Like, every, thing about him is he's just a piece of shit. Like, they've gone into real, attention to detail with making him a piece of shit on as many levels as possible. He's also, a corporate piece of shit as well. He's, just very bad.
On every level.
He has a horrible voice. We love to hate Wesker.
Yes, absolutely.
The worst.
He is the worst.
He talks like this, and it's very silly. And he throws his sunglasses at you, and you have to dodge them with a quick time event.
Is that in 5?
Oh yeah, 5. The boss fight with him in 5 is absolutely hilarious. You shoot a rocket at him, and he catches it in his hands, and you have to shoot the rocket to blow it up. Or he just bounces it away. And then he goes, "Where are you hiding?" Because he's already forgot where you were. For some reason, he just keeps losing you even when you're just standing there looking at him.
Oh my god. Beautiful.
I don't know if we should put him in D because he's the worst, or if we should put him in B because he's the worst on purpose.
I think B, worst on purpose, is good. I mean, they've made a villain, and he's very good at being shit. So, you know. They modeled Duke Nukem after his shorthand for how much of a piece of shit he is. So B tier. Next up, we have Ramon Salazar again, but it is the remake version, and I had to put him on here because he looks like Margaret fucking Thatcher.
He does.
And I hate that.
It's way worse. Looks like Margaret Thatcher, doesn't wear a funny hat, doesn't say Mr. Kennedy.
Doesn't quip nearly as much.
No, and he tries to make him out to be actually dangerous instead of him constantly getting on.
I'd say C.
Yeah?
He's a C
I'd
for
say
me.
C.
Which is
seems like a C.
Which is so upsetting because they could have made him so good.
S. S tier. S tier.
Would you like to tell everyone?
In Resident Evil 2, when they were making Resident Evil 2 original, for the hitbox for the player model, they used just a big white cylinder that in the dev office became known as Tofu. And everyone fucking loved Tofu. So when they were shipping the game, they put a secret bonus mode in the game where you called Tofu Survivor, where you play as Tofu. He's a big lump of tofu. He has no weapons except a knife. He has more health than a regular character.
Doesn't he go red the more damage he takes, though?
He turns red as he takes damage.
I'm also pretty sure that they did re-implement the tofu minigame in
Yeah, they absolutely did. And there's 5 different tofu. That's the Resident Evil 2 tofu. I can tell because he looks like tofu instead of being a rectangle. He's got texture on him and stuff.
Yeah. It was one I couldn't tell if it was from the game or if it was just somebody who made a block of tofu and was like, "Oh, here's tofu," and I figured it was fine either way. Because all of the PS1 versions that I could find were trash. So
it's just a rectangle that they used for hitboxes.
It's very good. We love tofu here. Next up.
I'm pretty sure he's in. Yeah, he's in the. He is in the remake, and there's like 5 different tofus, all have different inventory, and are like slightly different colors. Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. I was just saying I love
saw
that.
the Goopman.
It is. So this
That's
is
Swamp Jack.
That is Swamp Jack. So this is Jack Baker from the End of Zoe DLC. He shows up after you've killed him in the main game, and then he becomes a Goopman for some reason.
So he's shot himself in the head, and his head grows back, and he's fine. Then you've chainsawed him to bits, and the top half of him just exploded into jam, and that all grows back, and he's fine. So then he turns into like a giant monster, and you inject him with the cure for the mold,
and he becomes a
turns
calcified
into
awfulness.
dust. Yeah. And then he grows back, and he turns into Swamp Man, and then you punch his head off, and that does it because you punch him really hard.
It was the power of family anger that finally put him down. His brother Joe punches his head so hard that it explodes, and then he never gets up ever again. Swamp Jack, arguably not as good as regular
some of
Jack.
The sass. He lacks the sass.
Yeah.
He does do very, very funny like boxing moves when you fight him. He's worse than regular Jack, but he's not lower than B.
I can agree with a B. A B feels fair. Yeah, so we have Swamp Jack. This lovely fella. This is Birkin's final form in the remake. It is slightly different than his final form in the original. Not too much different. In the original one, he's more worm. Worm mass with teeth.
I do quite like Big Worm Man.
I do love Big Worm Man too. Whereas in RE2R, he becomes Flesh Mound with eyeball.
I do like the eyeball in the middle of Flesh Mound.
I liked his boss fight. I like all of his boss fights. I haven't played that one. I know that's a problem. We gotta fix that sometime soon.
You only get on your second playthrough, right? Nem says on the first playthrough it ends before Birkin's final form.
Yeah.
And when you go back through, it goes a little bit further, and he meets over the train.
Yeah, so it is
just meets everywhere.
He meet
Birkin is like.
I love Birkin.
I really like Birkin, and I don't really know why. I just found him a really good villain. Like, he just keeps coming back.
Yeah! I mean, it's similar in the way that Jack is, in that, like, you can beat him, but he just ends up coming back stronger and more horrific, and it's terrifying.
He don't, like, have any attitude to him, though, like Jack does. He's just like a monster. He just gets more monstrous as he goes. He, like, starts off as a big zombie, and by the end, he's just a wall of meat. So I do like the transformations he goes through, like, way more than Jack, though.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a little more, not necessarily variety, but the, like, cohesion between the transformations is neat, because you get to see him in, like, I think 5 different forms. Yeah.
And this one's, like, you've fully killed, like, every bit of him, and he just comes back as, like, meat.
Mound.
Because there wasn't enough left for him to be, like, a coherent shape anymore.
Yeah. So I guess this
turns into like a big dog before this, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, he does. So this form of William Birkin.
That's a good Birkin. A or B? What are you thinking?
I liked his fights. We'll throw him an A.
Yeah.
Now, this motherfucker, Lucas Baker, bad man.
So the Bakers are like, they're just normal guys who like who ended up getting the mold things done to him. Except Lucas, he was always a serial killer. He's the worst. He was a piece of shit before, and he's just a superpowered piece of shit now.
Basically, yeah. I like his section in 7 just because it is a nice break from like the active combat but still like
That's
feeling like you're in danger. And it was like a focus on the puzzles, but him as a whole, horrible. And then his DLC bit with the blackjack,
Yeah.
awful, terrible, hated it.
He's also in the Chris one, Not a Hero.
Okay.
You do fight him and kill him at the end of that. It's not a good
played
DLC
it.
though.
I know
really
it's
bad.
not, which is why I've never played it. But I'm thinking C or D.
Yeah,
I hate
I'd put him in
Lucas.
C. I think he's better than. So he's got some fun moments. He's just out of the Bakers, he's probably the worst.
Yeah.
Just like Jack is absolutely the best one by miles, and I really like Marguerite as well. She's very horrible with all the bugs.
Awful, and it's so good. I love her. I love her design.
She has like the best boss fight as well. All of them.
It's good. Good. All right. Let's see here, lad. Dr. Salvador.
I mean, I love him. I just love him. I'd put him in S, but I don't know what to say.
I've previously have done some reading up on him. And I like the mystery that there is. Apparently, like pre Las Plagas situation, there was like a rumor of a chainsaw man that would like go around and like hurt people, but they also weren't sure if it was just like some rumor or if there was actually a crazed doctor in the area that was chainsawing people.
So either is the crazed doctor, but with Ganado's powers, or he's aping the myth of the crazed doctor.
Yeah, and I don't know, I like that. It gives him this like cryptid feeling.
Yeah.
I can deal with him being an S tier.
There are a few of him, so it would make sense for them to be a group of people
just mimicking,
imitating the myth. He's a really cool enemy, and his new design is really good. With the like horrible eyes, like
horrible eyes.
It kind of makes it clear that whatever's under the bag is not like a human's head. Yeah.
It may have been at one point, but it is no longer. That is just meat. There is just meat under there.
Is this Jill's friend?
This is Carlos.
Yeah,
this is Carlos from 3. I hate this man.
Apparently, it's a lot better in the remake.
That is what I have heard.
Yeah.
I haven't played the remake yet.
Me neither.
So I only have my feelings from the original of Carlos being this weird, egotistical piece of shit macho man. Whom I hate.
Jill from the parasite, the nemesis, injected into her.
Yeah, but
which is lovely, but he is kind of bad. He's kind of a Steve.
It's kind of a Steve, but since
he's better than Steve because he never you never actually fight him.
Yeah,
he does save Jill. When you're playing as him, he has a lot of bullets and it's quite easy.
See?
Probably a C tier, yeah.
Yeah. Jack, Monster Jack, Big Goop Jack. Last time you see Jack outside of DLC Jack.
I think this is worse than regular Jack.
Mm-hmm.
Probably worse than Swamp Jack.
Oh, dang, worse than Swamp Jack? He does have my all-time favorite line of,
he does still have the sass,
I'm gonna get you! And it's horrible, and I love that.
Right.
But that's like all that ever really stuck out to me, aside from him just being this horrible molded mass.
I do like him more as like just a guy who he's like a big guy and he's completely insane and just doesn't care.
I could see him being under here, or at least on
once he
par
turns
with?
into a big spider, it's probably B.
Okay. Got Jack and Jack right next to each other. Speaking of more 7, we got Resident Evil 7 Chris, who is arguably the least Chris.
Yeah. He just shows up and says, "I'm Redfield."
Yeah.
No, it's Redfield.
I remember playing this dang game and like finishing it like the month that it came out or whatever, and
You're like, "No,
everyone
you
at the end of
don't."
it was like, is this like, there was genuine discourse on whether or not this was actually Chris or not, because we're like, that doesn't look like any of his previous models, but he does have the Redfield name, but and then
Changes into a different person a lot. Does Chris
lot.
Redfield?
a lot.
So
he
this
does-
is the worst Chris, right? This
Yes.
is the
yes.
absolute worst Chris. He's a bit part and the main character in a DLC that's horrible. Mostly all that happens is he shows up after the part of the game that is really annoying and says, "It's Redfield."
It's Redfield. And you're just like, who? I've never met this man before. Yeah, no, he is arguably the worst Chris.
Plus, he's like, I don't know, its design is bad. It's just
silly. That's just a dude. That's just
just
a man.
guy. Chris Redfield is a lot of things, but he's rarely just a guy.
It's really just a guy. Like, even his original Resident Evil model, which was kind of just a guy, was still
Yes.
like enough of a dude that you could be like, yeah, that's an army man. That's an army Chris. Cool,
It's
fine.
If you passed this man on the street, you would think nothing of it. It's just a
Yeah.
guy.
That's just a dude. I think I've seen him at the grocery store a couple of times. That's just a man.
That is someone's dad,
Yeah.
and he's just trying to get by.
D rank, right?
Yeah,
the
that's
worst
bad,
Chris.
Chris.
Plus, he's got the
The
worst
other Chris's
DLC.
I'd put pretty high up, but that's a really bad Chris.
Yeah, it's unfortunate we had to start with like shit Chris, but you know, that's okay. We got that done and out of the way. This is Remake Carlos.
Right. Well, people say they like Remake Carlos, but neither of us played the remake.
His model seems fine. His hair annoys me.
I like his big hair. Well, I think the hair's very funny, so, you know, we can...
Listen, I like that it's big, but when I see, like, images, and I had to stare at so many images of Carlos today, it's been rendered very strangely. I don't think they understand how curly hair works. And I am kind of holding that against him, which might be a little unfair, so I'm willing to forego that and just say big hair, good hair.
Put him at like the front end of C and just try and remember that makes him better than the other Kalos. We're not saying these two things are the same.
This is subject to change after I finally play 3. I don't know why I haven't ever gotten to 3. Hey, yeah, it's Big Cheese.
It's Big Cheese. It's Wiggle Man.
It's Mendez, but it's mutated Mendez.
Yeah, specifically the mutant version, not just the man. So I think he's great. He's very good in the remake. He's only okay in the original. He's still pretty good.
Are we both in agreement that
There's
regular
a lot of good
Mendez?
villains in the original.
Are we both in agreement that regular Mendez is better than Monster Mendez?
Yeah, in that he's
Okay.
like he looks more I had to say he looks more menacing when this is like a
When this
10-foot
is a
tall
horrible
bug man.
centipede man.
I don't know. It's just cool. But it's really cool that like when he takes off his coat, it's this. They complement each other.
Yeah. No, it's. I mean,
This is the worst Mendez, but they're both very good.
But they're both very good.
Both probably A tier.
Okay. All right. We'll throw them up there.
Would you not go A tier? Would you go B?
I was thinking A or B. I personally would put regular Mendez at an A, with Bug Mendez at a B.
This is
And not just
original
because-
Final Birkin.
This is original Final Birkin. That is Wormman.
He's so good.
That is a that
he
is.
just won. Oh, it's so good. It's awful. That's William Birkin. Don't
This
worry.
is William Birkin. He's got his little worms and he's got all of his teeth. I mean, A tier, right? But above Meatman Birkin?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I think so.
Okay.
Like, we'll see Birkin original eventually.
Yeah, he's in here somewhere. And we can, if we feel like it, we can always go through and like reorder these if we want. But I'm fine with them also just kind of being like, well, we know that these two are the same, and this one's slightly better than this one. And Steve's obviously the worst, so
Yeah, that'll make
this
sense.
Carlos is cooler than this Carlos. Yeah. Ah, my sweet fishman, Moreau. Salvador Moreau.
I can't remember right well.
It's Fishman from Village.
Yeah.
The one who gets bullied by everyone.
It's really bad as well, because like his part is probably the like least exciting part of the game.
Yeah.
So he's like overshadowed by all these like larger than life villains as well.
Yeah. And
He has a good boss fight,
love
right?
him. He has a really neat boss fight. He's got the little like Hamlet area, and he's just the big fishman who spits acid everywhere. I like his boss fight.
It's not. I don't think his part of the game's like bad. It's just that like everything else is so much
Village
like more spectacle, right?
Yeah, Village is
I think first you mean
probably my favorite of the like original, as in not remade Resident Evils. Like 2 and Village are top tier for me. Moreau is definitely the weakest part of the game, but by no means is bad.
It's tragic because it's a perfectly good part of the game. It's just you
Everything
go
else
from
is so wild.
Lady Dimitrescu to the horrible baby to him to the
and then you get
Heisenberg
Heisenberg afterwards, and it's just like he's sort of sandwiched in between all these like huge
the
dudes.
mech of Scrap, who's the boss of all the werewolves.
Right? It would have been better for them to have done Moreau like first. If they did Moreau,
it's a really
and then...
good introduction, is Lady Dimitrescu, though.
It is true.
It would be better for Moreau if they did Moreau first.
No, definitely.
I don't know if it'd be better for the game.
I love Lady D, and I loved her boss fight, and I loved her transformation. I am still frothing at the mouth over how cool it was. Oh, my god. It was rad. Village, good game. I love it. Moreau, though. Cool character, neat guy, not much going on for him, though. B tier?
Probably. Like a high B?
High B.
Yeah.
Yeah, positively frothing. Listen. As a monster appreciator, I can't go monster fucker, because that's not quite... I'm not quite there, but I do want to just hug these guys. Her transformation is rad. She's giant woman. She's a 9-foot tall lady who could easily step on me and crush me, and then turns into a dragon, and then turns into a hot dragon with a lady on the back.
A horrible meat dragon that you love even more.
Yeah. I am gonna have to like find that VOD and just like clip that whole section.
I'm pretty sure someone made a clip.
I think Cyril did, but I need to like condense that entire fight down, because it's very good. It's me just being like, I love you! Ow, you've hurt me, I love you! And just screaming with joy the entire time. She's not on this list though. She would Lady D.
Oh, she's
S-tier.
not one of the boys.
She's not one of the boys. But that's okay. Moreau, high end on the B tier.
Gotta be under Heisenberg again. Tragic.
My poor boy. I didn't even notice. Sad. Sadler. I couldn't remember his name for a minute. Meet Sadler.
This is RE4 original, sadly.
This is original. I don't think I have
Is that
his
because
new
we hadn't
one.
seen the new one because we didn't want spoilers?
Yes. Yes and no. I did see a couple pictures of the final boss. for the remake, and they
Oh.
looked similar enough that I was like, that's the same man. It's the same man.
It is-
I like this one better because it is just full dude dangling at the
Yeah,
bottom.
I love the little man dangling at the bottom. It did actually, like, it's like, this is funny and cute, but also it's like, it makes it look genuinely disturbing to have
Yeah,
like his
just
former
ragdoll.
body is just vestigial now.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
As like a character, he's not really much a one in Ari for original. He's just kind of there.
Yeah.
And you like know he's the last guy, but I'd say don't have as much to do as any other villain.
No,
like each section
he's
kind of has
just
its own
there.
villain, and he's just there. And as a boss fight, it's kind of just like a victory lap at the end. It's just you get to do your coolest moves on like a big man who's not really gonna hurt you very easily.
They do
I
have this one
definitely-
villain just floating around, and you do gotta get rid of him.
Yeah.
But
I think the new version is definitely better, but if we're lumping them together,
I think we are lumping them together because it is sort of like an expansion on the character as opposed to like a reworking of.
he's really good in the remake. He's very wiggly and horrible.
Yeah, I like his lump head. I like Lumple's skin. Boss fight though,
He's got
found
squid hand.
yeah. For Boss Sadler, remake fight was fun. Wasn't very difficult. I was panicking, but I spent most of that boss fight just getting items.
Yeah.
So
And he summons the bugs, and you kill them in one hit and just get more items.
yeah.
He makes him out to be like a much more of a threat throughout the story, though, and he like remembers he's there for the whole story.
Yeah.
Ari
You've been
Farrah's
good with that
trouble
one.
Yeah.
Remembering the plot points that they've brought up before. We feeling B or A for Monster
think-
Sadler?
B. Yeah, I'd say B.
Okay. Yeah, I mean,
Do you think B?
I think B. I would agree with B. Hey, we
I
got
know that.
Swamp Uncle. We got a
It's
Swamp
Swamp
Uncle. Swamp Uncle is endeared to me on many levels. A, it's the first time that Fruity and I ever hung out was when I was doing the DLC, and that's
we
just
have
very
to do
fun.
that on stream sometime.
Yeah, we do. I'm here for it. Again, I'm at the point where I'm like, I just want to replay all of the Resident Evils. And if that means going through the 7 DLC, I'm here for it. It's a good DLC. It's wacky and kooky and very fun.
Very silly. He's very
silly. He eat bug.
Swamp Uncle doesn't use herbs to heal. He just eats bugs. He just finds some bugs and eats them.
He eat
We
bug
try-
and he...
I was trying to work out what order he'd eat the bugs in the whole way through. I was trying to predict what bug he might eat next. He can like combine them with chem fluid to make bug juice, which heals him for more. But he doesn't do anything with the herbs. He doesn't like herbs. He likes bugs.
He loves them bugs. He also punches crocodiles and molded in the face, and that's
he-
very funny.
He doesn't have a gun. He has a set of boxing moves. He does have to throw spears at the crocodiles, right? You can't punch those. A little bit too big for him to punch.
Maybe I thought he could punch them, but I could very well be incorrect.
I might be wrong. It might
It's
be
been
the
a
little,
while.
like dog molded that you use the spears on. I can't remember. He definitely punches a lot of guys.
There's,
and he has
there's a lot of
combos,
punching.
and then at the end he gets like a super umbrella brand super glove that charges up and tells him when it's fully charged. He has a glove that talks to him and makes him punch better, and it's very good. It's very silly. we love Swamp Uncle.
Swamp Uncle, very good. Are we thinking S or A?
Better than Jack though. Swamp Uncle
I
better
mean-
than Jack.
Swamp Uncle, statistically better than Jack. He does punch Jack's head off.
Yeah, when everything else has failed in killing Jack, he punches him really hard.
You just gotta go with your fists.
He's very funny. He's such a silly guy. It's so good. Yeah, he's an S tier.
He's an S tier.
Look at him. He just does boxing moves on zombies.
It's very good. We love Swamp Uncle here. It's Uncle Joe, but Swamp Uncle.
It's Swamp Uncle.
It's Swamp Uncle.
It's Swankle.
Swankle. Oh no.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. Swankle.
It's Swankle.
This is Jake. What's his last name?
Oh,
This is
yeah.
Wesker's
Jake
son.
Muller.
Yeah. I know nothing about him except that he looks like an edgy boy. He looks like an edgy Eminem.
Oh, he's an edgy Eminem. He's an edgy boy. He goes around and like he runs into like Leon, and Leon's like, "Hey, you're Wesker's son. You must be a bad guy." And he's like, "I'm nothing like my dad. I'm cool and mysterious. You don't want to mess with me."
Hold on, I
and
have
Chris has a gun at him, and he goes, "You better put a leash on that puppy." So that's very good.
I do have to derail this for a hot moment. What are the odds that Swamp Uncle would suplex a zombie, or as I assume your phone has auto-corrected, suplexus? I don't know that Swamp Uncle would suplex a dude. He's more of a boxer than a wrestler, is the thing.
His moves are very punch-based.
And he is very much about doing a hurt on the other person as opposed to just making it look like he's hurt the other person.
He's very good at punching.
I don't want to say that the chances are 0, but very, very, very low are the suplexes of Swamp Uncle.
It's more of a Leon move.
Yeah, absolutely. Panicked because I thought I didn't have Leon on here for a second, and I do. Okay, we're fine. Listen, I looked at so many pictures and so many Wikipedia articles trying to put this together.
You did so much work for this.
It is worth it. I love this.
I'm glad you're enjoying it. This is cool.
So yeah, Jake, edgy Eminem, Chris does a "you better put a leash on it" line at him.
Yeah, he's
Does he do
like
anything?
he's the main character in Sherry's campaign. He instead of any kind of melee weapon, he just does like karate.
Just
He's
like
very silly.
Dad.
I think he kills a tank by doing some sort of karate on it at some point. I don't know. It's very silly. But out of the 3 campaigns, his is probably the most... I mean, Leon's is probably the best, but his is like the most fun from a this is dumb bullshit. Just go with it, just vibe with it kind of standpoint. Chris's campaign is fucking horrible. Chris and fucking Piers. I don't know.
So,
he is
better than
trash though. Look at
Piers.
him. He is a trash man. You are looking at a trash man.
We're saying
I like
better
his
than
suspenders.
Piers, but he does have nice suspenders. Better than Piers by a tier, or just within the
I won't
C
put him a
tier?
whole tier higher than
Okay.
Piers.
So we'll fit him like here. Also,
Anywhere in
CR,
C's fine.
vaguely ordering these boys. Billy's got to go
Oh, it's
down
Birkin
there.
again.
Yeah, we got another Birkin. This is his first transformation. Where he just he meat arm.
He's mostly a guy, but he has the big horrible eye. I thought it was cool as hell on the original.
This is one of my favorite Birkins. I love all the Birkins, is the thing, but I like this Birkin because he still talks at you, and it's awful because like his voice is all distorted and horrible, and
That's cool. He done it in the original, I think.
yeah, no, in the remake,
Yeah, only in the remake.
he is not
Still-
super vocal, but enough that you're like, this. I'm scared of this man. This man is going to do a murder on me.
So,
I like this book.
Punk's team raid Birkin's lab like before the events of Resident Evil 2, and they're basically there to just get rid of everything and everyone. So they're there to like remove all the evidence and take out all the scientists. Birkin sees him coming, and he injects himself with this horrible mutant virus that's even more powerful than the like zombie virus. So over the game, he's slowly turning into a big worm man. Sorry, just that's it.
No, it's good.
Some
It's
background
good
on
to have the
Birkin.
context.
Birkin's cool as shit. This is a really
Birkin's
good
rad.
Birkin.
It's a good Birkin.
Is this best Birkin? Where are we Birkin in?
I mean, where are we Birkin in? I think it's best Birkin. But I don't know that I would say he's an S tier. Because I don't think he's better than Jack as far as, like, antagonists are concerned. But he's definitely better than Worm.
It's similar to Jack. I don't know. He's just kind of like...
Jack's got the quips.
He's basically a zombie, but he's, like, bigger and more powerful, and you can't get rid of him. He'll just keep getting back up and getting more powerful. And more horrible. Yeah, he doesn't have the energy of Jack, but he does have a lot of really cool forms. I don't know. Probably A tier, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ahead of Heisenberg, though.
Maybe Jack should be S tier. Jack is very good.
I mean, we can move him up there. Jack is great.
He's either
We
the
love
highest in A tier or yeah, sure. Pop up Brothers up there. That looks good.
So I couldn't find any good images of Chris from Village. So you get this screenshot that I had floating on my computer from when I had him in Jill's outfits. Village Chris, though, I think is my favorite Chris.
Village Chris is very good.
Because, like I said, he's got that.
Village
got that
Chris
good
are like
friendship.
original Chris, and even then, I think it's like mostly nostalgia, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like it's mostly my experience playing through the game rather than him as a character.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Because he's not really a character until Village. He's just War Man.
He's just War Man. He is brother of Claire, and that's it. But we love Chris. But I do think like Village Chris is my favorite just because he's got more personality. I can't say he's got a personality, but he has more personality. And like I said, like just the dynamic between him and Ethan is wonderful.
Yeah, it really is.
Would like 5 Chris. Oh no.
You're gonna get to 5 Chris where like his upper body is like 80% of his mass.
You're right.
And just a tiny head and legs.
My god.
It's
Shit, wait, is he
basically
not on
William
here?
Birkin's mutation, but on both arms.
I don't know that. Wait, I don't think I have 5 Chris on here. I added him. Hold on.
It's fine.
It's not fine. I just need to know that I like have him in my folder of Resident Evil men's.
Can I run off and pee while you check?
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you, Kish. I'll be right back.
Pee whatever. I know what happened. So I had original Chris and RE5 Chris in my folder, but I had like 54 dudes in this folder, and I had to go through and crop each and every one of them and then resize them so they were all the same size for this stupid fucking website to acknowledge that they were the same thing. That I think I might have missed those two. So that's tragic. But we can add them after the fact. We can talk about them. I am seeing a couple of dudes on here that I've already like forgotten who they are. So that's cool and exciting for me to figure that out. I did name all of these pictures though, so I might just have to scroll through everything and figure it out that way. Okay, no, I know who these people are. Yeah, no, I love Village Chris. He's very good. 54 of them! There's so many men! And, you know, some mask monsters.
I'm back, I'm sorry.
Welcome back! No, it's fine. I figured out the issue was that I had original Chris and RE5 Chris in my folder, but because I had to individually crop all of these and resize them to be the same size, I might have missed those two. So they are not in the tier list, but we can rank them because they deserve a ranking.
Yeah.
But Village Chris, what are we thinking? A?
Yeah, probably at least. Yeah, probably an A. I don't think he's as good as, like, Leon, so I'm not sure I'd put him in S.
That's fair. He's only had one game where he's been really, really
Also-
great.
Hey, we found an S. Chris directly underneath Babyhead Chris.
Oh, wait, yeah!
Well, so yeah, the next one might be an S. Might be an
yeah,
S tier.
well, listen, I do have both Luises on here. Because they did feel like slightly different characters. Luis in the first one, absolute playboy. Not that the new one isn't, but
But, like, written by, like, a primary school student.
yeah. Sexist,
very
misogynistic, horrible. We love him. He is a bad boy. You do forget that he may or may not be a scientist.
Is the game sure if he's a scientist or not? I don't know.
It is in the remake.
In the remake, absolutely is. In the original,
in the
I don't
original,
know, man.
I genuinely forgot that might have been a plot point.
I'm not
At
sure
one
if
point.
it just gets mentioned in Ada's game. It might, like, get mentioned in a mission briefing for Ada and never for Leon.
And then never brought up again. So he just seems like this
He's just a
suave
guy.
Spanish,
Just
like,
a weirdo.
yeah. I
He
love
just give you
him.
the injection that suppresses the parasite in both.
Yeah,
That
but
exists in the original. It just
it
that's
just
why
feels
no one has to
very-
think about the parasite ever.
Yeah. So I do love Luis, and I'm willing to put him in S tier. But he's just a silly little playboy. That is a silly man who I would die for.
Okay, he's definitely the worst. Lewis is for original Lewis.
But I'd be willing to either put him at the back end of S tier or at the top of A.
Put him in here. Stick him in here. We know where new Lewis is going.
Yeah, we do.
Also, this guy's probably an S.
Duke? You think Duke is S tier?
I fucking love the Duke.
Not.
Do you
I'm
not
not.
love this boy?
No. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just surprised. Is all.
Okay. So I'd say for like tiers of merchant, Ari for original merchant number 1, then the Duke, then
Absolutely.
Ari for remake merchant.
Okay. Yeah. No. I can agree with that.
Yeah. I think he's great. I think he's such a weird, like literally larger than life character. Just turns up. It's fine. It's just the Duke.
I appreciate him.
Just keeps
from-
showing up in weird places.
Right? He is determined to follow Ethan and just do whatever. He just wants to make some tasty meals, alright? And Ethan
Yeah,
is collecting
and
his
he cooks.
shit, and he's delightful. I appreciate it, because I do remember when images of him first came out, and they just called him the Duke and didn't necessarily mention that he was the merchant. People were starting to, like, freak out that he might be a villain, and there was a lot of, like, not necessarily backlash, but a lot of negative comments coming out about this whole, like, oh, you're just making a fat
Yeah,
character
it
be
kind of
a...
makes sense. If
be
they
a
had
bad
made him
guy.
a villain.
So the fact that
But
he is...
he's just
He's
a guy.
just your,
He's just,
he is your
yeah.
bud. He is your
He just
friend.
shows up. He cooks you
Um,
meals and
Yeah,
sells you upgrades for your weapons.
I love the Duke. So I love.
Yeah,
I appreciate hearing that you also love him.
I think in general, I'm just a big fan of the merchants because it's such a weird like archetype.
Yeah.
But
So you said
I think
S tier, right?
I think the Duke's an S.
All right. Well, where in our
I like
in our S
how
ranking?
like Ethan like reacts to the Duke. Like, what is happening? Where is how is he following me? What? Who is
Just a cool
This
dude.
seems unusual. Yeah, he's just great.
Yeah, where in S rank do you think he goes?
I'm not sure. The kind of in order in S rank. I'm happy with him anywhere.
All right. S rank is sort of just we just
Because
love
for
these
me,
dudes.
obviously, Tofu would be number 1 by a mile.
All right, so we're in agreement. S rank is just these are the boys. These are the boys
Yeah.
that we love. They're perfect.
Dr. Salvador, probably the weakest S tier.
But we love him.
We do love him.
More Birkin. There's so much Birkin. I cannot stress enough how much Birkin there is. This is
5 Birkins, right? But also there's the Birkins from the 2 different versions.
Yeah, because the transformations are slightly different.
Yeah.
Because Dog Birkin gets replaced with this
just
guy.
The original? Aww.
Well,
I don't think this is as good as Dog Birkin. I love
he does
Dog
have
Birkin.
a million eyes in his little tummy tum.
Oh, that's pretty good.
But
I am part of this one, so
I do think he is one of the weaker Birkins. Not necessarily fight-wise, but he's just a big blob at this point. This is the one that, prior to Meatman,
I don't like that he's still kind of like
just a dude,
person shaped, but
Yeah.
he's just meat.
He's just meat.
I think he should stop being person shaped at this point.
So probably a C tier.
Oh, a C tier Birkin, yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think that's. I mean, he's better than some of these clowns in C tier by a long way, but yeah, that's probably
But
right.
but is he at B level? That's the question, because
Nah,
he got
he's
some strong contenders. I forgot that I had Agent in there. I was like, who the fuck? This is fine.
We love Agent.
We love
Possibly
Agent.
not a real character.
It's just Ada. It's just Ada.
Ada's imagination.
Yeah. Alright, we do have regular Sadler. Pre-Monster Sadler.
Is this just Arifar original or both?
I assumed both. But
Arifar original is pretty rubbish. Arifar remake is like really good, so
yeah.
probably playing with the monster form. I do think the monster form is like it's really cool.
If nothing else, the design is real neat, and it is just like a fun. As a final boss, it is nice to just be able to wail on a dude. I do
He's definitely worse. I don't know. In the remake, he might be better before he's the Monster Man.
Yeah, well.
In the original, he's barely a thing before he's the Monster Man.
I see.
It's hard because there's. Yeah, sure. Oh, my boy.
We got Mendez. We got regular Mendez, is the thing. Big, imposing, scary man who just gets slightly annoyed when you do a shoot on him.
Yeah, in the original, he like actually flinches when he gets shot. In the new one, he doesn't even. He just like calmly picks up his hat afterwards. He seems like slightly annoyed.
Yeah.
He gets some quite funny lines in the original, but I think he's definitely a lot better in the remake. It's a lot more imposing. He's very good, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's just a cool, scary man.
Yeah.
Do we think he's high A or do we think he's low S?
I mean, that's a high A? I do love him,
probably.
though, but he can go up there with Salazar and Jill Chris.
Who is this?
This is the antagonist from Zero. I can't remember his fucking name. Shit, hold on. That's the wrong folder. I should just keep this open, but I'm not going to. Where is he? There he is. James Marcus.
He has 2 first names, so that's already
Not looking good?
Yeah, it's already it also looks like a Kingdom Hearts character.
Yeah, he does. So that brings him. I think he like started out as an old man and then.
Yeah, I got a picture of an old man when I looked through him.
Yeah, he like starts out as an old man, and either I can't remember if he like is in effect. Again, I was fucking off my nut when I played Zero.
I don't think I finished Zero.
I remember him floating above the train a lot and like shooting lightning out of his hands. Maybe
That's very silly.
it is very silly. Zero, not a good game.
It's not.
D tier?
Yeah, he's pretty ass.
Bad man. Throw him there.
Resident Evil Zero in general is like firmly D tier.
Yeah, no, agreed. Birkin. Just man Birkin.
Man Birkin. Well, Man Birkin's probably the worst Birkin, right?
It's Will Man Birkin.
I don't think he's D tier, but
not D tier, but he's definitely like
mid C.
Yeah, I could agree with that. He's just a dude. He's just a weird scientist who ignores his daughter. Another bad dad. Add him to the list.
Horrible.
Yeah, he's so much cooler once he becomes a monster.
Yeah, genuinely.
Losi. Hey, look, it's our best friend, our comrade, Jack Krauser.
It's been a long time, comrade.
Regular Krauser. Man Krauser.
I'm thinking like B, but like Krauser's is just such a silly nonsense person. It's a really fun, like, cool boss fight. It's in the original. I think the boss fight is like actually amazing. I don't know how it was in the remake. It looked worse, but still good.
It was good. I am reserving my opinion until I can go through it again. But I enjoyed it. It had its frustrations. But some of that might have just been because it was at the end of stream and I was tired.
Yeah.
But it was fun, and I did like the maze quote. I don't know what else to call it, but like the maze bit was really fun. In the remake, I liked it.
I like that in the original as well. He's
just a weirdo.
He only exists because they wanted like a guy who's just like Leon to fight Leon. Because in the many, like in the thousands of ideas written on the whiteboard that they decided to use all of, they had just a guy who's like bad Leon. So they just put Krauser in, and then they're like, oh, but we've just made this guy up out of thin air. And he just shows up. How do we let people know that he's bad? I'll just stick a red beret on him and make him say comrade, so people will be like, oh, he might be a communist. Let's gotta get rid of him.
Well, I mean, they did that with Nikolai. Like, in 3, it's like they gave him a dodgy Russian accent and had him be part of, like...
I'll never forget this guy. I don't know who invited him, still.
I love Jack Krauser, and I'm cool with him being B tier.
Yeah, the difference is that, like, actually fighting him is just rad.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Plus, you can play as him in Mercenaries, and he's overpowered in both versions.
Yeah! It's great. We love him.
Yeah, it's really fun.
This is another Birkin.
Okay.
I'm sorry. There's so many Birkins. We can throw them where the other Birkins are.
This is a fairly generic, like, G mutant.
Yeah, and that is my issue with him. But this is also like how it is in both versions. So I haven't included
like the middle evolution of Birkin.
It's his third one. He is still very much man. He does have his own head on his torso, like under his mutant head, and that's pretty horrible. But it is like
when it showed up, I wasn't sure if it was like a tyrant from one of the other games, or if it was William Birkin. So
I didn't add Nemesis or Mr. X, and I do regret that. But you know, I can make this a better tier list at some point. I can expand
Nemesis
on this.
in
Yeah.
All
listen,
right. I mean, Nemesis would be like
A or S. Honestly,
yeah, he's so good.
I love Nemesis, and I do like Mr. X is just like imposing force, but I would personally put him at like a low A, high B.
I think Mr. X is just worse Nemesis, right?
Yeah.
Like, That were the prototype for Nemesis, like in lore
Yeah.
and also in like gameplay.
Yeah. Absolutely.
The Nemesis is like the wanting to make a truly imposing villain that you couldn't lose just by walking through a door.
Yeah,
And
he was.
it's just, it's
he's
just really
good.
fun. It's really good. Shoots a rocket launcher at you. He
I
goes,
like stars. That is why anytime I like say stars, I have to say it that way, which makes it very difficult when I'm trying to talk to Stars, our friend, our good friend Stars. Because all I want to do is stars. It's just because it's Nemesis.
yeah, this Nemesis.
Oh fuck! Speaking of stars, thank you for the bubble stars. Now you know that anytime I go to say your name, I have to physically stop myself from going stars. How you doing, friend? Yeah, Birkin. Sorry, back to the Birkin bit. I like this version of Birkin just because it is like that neat sort of progression of like he has gone from mostly man to now mostly monster, but still man-shaped.
Yeah.
But
it's better than the one we've got in C tier.
Yeah,
but
not by
There's
much.
a lot of very similar mutants in the series that look kind of like this.
Yeah. Do we think he is high C or low B then?
High C?
That's what
Maybe the front of C, yeah.
Stars.
That's a mech.
That is a mech. That is Heisenberg mech. That's Mechman. How do we rate Mechman?
I like him better when he's just a guy who has the capacity to become a mech.
But when he's gone full mech, where else is he supposed to go with it?
Yeah, but then now he's gone full mech. He's already
There's nothing else beyond that. He does, as a mech man, call Chris a boulder punching asshole. Which is very funny.
I mean, it's probably still A tier. And you fight him in a tank. It's very silly.
It's so ridiculous. We can do A
tier.
tier.
Or is he like B tier? Like IB?
IB?
Oh, that's it, but that's fine. One or the other. Oh, is this
Sorry. I've put anyone I would give, or I have put anyone Stars would give a single chance to super low. Who down here would? What do you mean?
Stars over here saying they wouldn't date Tofu. Unbelievable.
Incorrect. Uncorrect. Listen. Listen, I can. Oh! Wait, what? I need context. I'm very confused now. As I say, I can share this tier list with everyone else if you want to make your own. If you disagree with how we've done this. But yeah, next one we have Mutant Moreau. Big Fishman.
Very good.
It's a fishman.
It's a really cool mutant.
It's such a fun boss fight too.
Yeah.
I really like his boss fight.
In terms of mechanics, it might be the best boss fight.
Yeah. My big issue
all the
with
others are larger than life characters.
Yeah. My big issue with Lady D's is that like the area you fight her in is pretty contained. And I understand why. But it does make it hard to fight her because you're having to run through like little houses constantly. Yeah. Not houses. Towers? Whatever those are.
You run like around the outside of the tower and then up the tower.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of space. You're on a little walkway and then you're on stairs and then you're in a tiny room.
And it's a little rough, but it is nice because that does kind of like make you have to focus on her more. From a mechanic standpoint, I understand why they did it.
Yeah.
And then
it's
with
not cinematic, but it does. This is the one where it kind of lets you roam around and use all your traits, right?
He is on top of buildings. He is in between buildings. It's a wild, wacky time. Flame
Drone 626 is raiding with a party
We're
of 2.
wrecking all the lads
Kaysh and
in
the gang
Resident
welcome
Evil.
you.
Yeah.
All the eligible bachelors of Resident Evil.
Thank you for the raid, friend. We're doing tier lists, and it's a good fun time. We're currently discussing Moreau from Village. How's it going? How are you doing? What were you streaming? Destiny 2, how'd that go? How was it? How was stream? Welcome in, friends. Yeah, Moreau's fight is really cool, because he can be on top of the buildings, he can be between the buildings, there's a lot of, like, nooks that you can, like, hide in, but still be able to see him. He's got a lot of different movesets, which is really cool. It's a good, fun fight to really, like, test everything that you have figured out over the course of the game.
Yeah.
Cause
Big blob for you to really unload them.
Yeah! And it's fun. Oh, I'm sorry there were connection issues. I'm glad you had fun though, regardless of that. Things are good. We have officially beaten the Resident Evil 4 remake, and I had a lot of fun with it. And now we're ranking the boys. There are so many of them.
So many boys. Most of them are William Birkin.
So many of them were William Birkin. I didn't realize. I thought it would have leveled out a little better had I actually uploaded as many Chris's as I thought I had. But no, it's just Birkin. Choose your Birkin, y'all. So yeah, Moreau. I would put him high B, low A? Just because his boss fight is fun as fuck.
I think we should put him in A, so he's in the same tier as Heisenberg. I think that'd make him happy.
Oh. I'm here for this. We'll put him over here with Heisenberg so I can eat him. He's gonna do a chomp.
Oh, this is the bad,
Copman.
the bad mayor? Chief?
Chief. It is...
Chief.
Irons? What's his first name? Brian Irons?
Brian
Irons?
Bryans.
Bryans?
Brian Bryanson. Unbelievable.
Brian
Yeah, this guy's
Irons.
awful.
He's a
real
piece
bad.
of shit. Like, through and through. Awful man. D tier, correct?
Yeah, he's real bad.
You can go back here with
He's
Steve.
meant to be bad, but he succeeds. He's real bad.
He's real bad, and not in like the you love to hate him kind of way, like Albert Wesker. He's just a piece of shit.
It's not like a main part of the story that's going on. He's just a guy who's fucking horrible. That's kind of...
He is definitely more involved in the remake.
Oh, yeah.
And he continues to be an absolute piece of shit.
Makes sense. Bad man, bad vest, D tier. That too. little grey mustache. No thanks.
Nope. It's all bad.
So this is Leon S. Canada.
And the S is for S tier, obviously.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't have to discuss that any further. So, Leon, good.
Difference between like Chris and Leon is that Leon is a goober and Chris is like just an army man.
Yeah.
Leon's like a goofus who is like a nerd about guns but isn't like an actual war man, and he's a knife nerd as well, which is, geez, Leon, come on. He's just a goober and he has perfect hair.
And he is wonderful. Flame, thank you for stopping in.
Very silly quips. I don't ever have to apologize for reading and running, Flame.
Yeah.
You've just been streaming. Go do human stuff.
Totally understandable.
Gotta be a
totally
person
fair.
sometimes in between streams.
Absolutely. We appreciate you raiding in and saying hi, but yeah, get out of here. You got stuff to go do? Go do that. Don't even worry about it. Thank you, friend. Yeah.
Leon's like
Leon-
he's really funny too because he's just like a guy who's just completely out of his depth, but in 4 he's so fun. He's
figured everything out.
ridiculous. He's quit being a cop to become a super spy. Whose job is to rescue the president's daughter. Instead of like being worried when he sees like hordes of zombies coming towards him, he just says a funny quip. He's very good.
Very good. We love him. He's funny. He's goofy. He is an idiot. Good man.
Through all, his hair remains perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all the bug guts. You've determined.
Yeah.
This man I know nothing about, but he has a funny little scuba suit on. His name is Parker Luciani. He is one of the main characters from Revelations, which I have never played. And
I don't remember it.
Perfect. Revelations might be one that we check out at some point. When they go on sale, because I think like both games are like $30, which is a no thank you from me. But I added him because he has a shotgun and he has a funny scuba suit on. But he also looks like he would call me a slur and think that's funny, and that makes me hate him.
He's a teammate of Jill. There's a lot of words here.
Also, starts
he
as
seems like he's a big pal of Jill and Chris. That's nice.
Parker makes me think of a kindergartner. So, friend of Jill and Chris.
I like that Jill and Chris like him. That's cool.
Yeah.
Maybe C tier. just because, you know, Chris and Jill would vouch for him not being D tier. Oh, jeez, it's moved everything. Never mind, maybe he has to be D tier.
No, it's fine. I'm sure we'll have a couple of other C tiers that we can throw in there, and if not, then we can move him down to D tier. It's fine.
That's fine.
I do need to make our list a little longer now, though. There we go. That does mean that this... Fuck. Okay, hold on.
It's fine. This is fine. We hit D tier anyway. That's why they're in D tier.
There we go. We'll just resize everything.
Have we got all the Krausers? I didn't realize we had so many Krausers.
We got the 2 Krausers.
Okay. So this covers the one where he has 2 sword arms as well.
Yes. I couldn't find a good image of 2 sword Krausers, so we're lumping Mutant Krauser together. Which seems fine because he is just... I mean, Mutant Krauser is the same both times, regardless of how many sword arms he has.
I do think I like the original design slightly more. He has like weird, like his sword has like weird like flower petal things on it that like fold out to block bullets, and I think that's just really cool. But either way, he's just a boss fight now. He's going hog wild. Yeah.
To this is a man that you have to wail on.
He's just a monster now.
Yeah.
Probably worse than regular Krauser, but like probably still be.
Okay.
I don't know what to say about him. He's cool. He's good.
He's neat.
I cool kind of. I don't know. It seems like he's kind of in control of his mutation. He kind of does it on purpose like that.
Yeah.
And in Mercenaries mode, it's really overpowered to become Monster Krauser. Both games.
And it's good and we love it. We love Monster Krauser here.
Yeah.
Thoughts on Barry Burton? Our lovely uncle.
Mid?
Dang,
no.
mid?
Yeah, I love
Wait,
Barry
huh?
Thoughts on Barry Burton? Hope this is not Chris's blood. That was too close. You were almost a Jill sandwich. Here's a weapon. It's really powerful, especially against living things.
You don't know that he doesn't have snack. Barry Burton is the uncle of the team.
He has snacks. He has snacks in some of those pouches. You see those pouches? Half of them are for weird guns that he wants to show Chris because he thinks they're cool, and he wants the validation from Chris. And half of them are like just snacks.
They can absolutely be chips, 100%. Listen, Barry Burton, cool man. Cool enough for A tier? Or are we thinking B? He's got those good
He's
uncle jokes.
definitely A tier. I love Barry Burton.
Barry Burton is
perfect. He's just a good lad.
Very good. We love him.
And he's working with Umbrella in the first game, but they have his kid, right? So we don't hold that against him.
Yeah.
And also, you can kill him in case 44 Magnum, and it's really powerful, especially against living things. Please don't kill Barry Burton.
Barry's perfect. Yeah, he carries snacks and is a snack. We love Barry Burton here. This
snack.
is speaking of snack, we got Hunk. Hunk.
Hunk is great.
Sorry, I just put him up there without. I can put it back for a second.
The story with Hunk is, in Resident Evil 2, just as a bonus mode, they put in a mode where you play as a generic Umbrella soldier, who, like, one of the soldiers who attacked Birkin's lab, he was in charge of the team, canonically now, that attacked Birkin's lab. And he just has to escape. And it's just like it's a really cool, really hard run through of like the whole game in like 10 minutes where you just gotta escape. And then they made him like canon from there, I think. So he's like the only person who escaped Raccoon City who's like just a guy. But he's just a really cool dude. And he's like been in the background of Resident Evil the whole time, and he's just, I don't know, I just like him. I like him from a standpoint of just being a generic guy who's just because he did so well on like the hard mode minigame thing, he managed to get out, and that's canon now. You being good at the game is canon now.
No, it's delightful and we love him, and Hunk is absolutely S tier.
Hunk's great. He's been like, they barely ever use Hunk. And I kind of always want to see him, but never as like an actual character. I just want him to be in like Mercenaries mode and stuff. I want to be able to look at Hunk. In the remake, they did like add dialogue to his mod, and it's pretty cool. He's a pretty cool guy. They give him a silly nickname. I can't remember what it is. It's like the helicopter man's talking to him, and he's like, "Oh, it's you, the Grim Reaper. I can't believe you're still alive." And that's funny.
We love Hunk.
And it's just a really cool mod. He's 10-minute running through the whole game is a really cool idea and a really cool mod, and they do it in the remake as well, and it looks really cool there too. This is a hand.
No, this is Ethan Winters.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
So we've got Ethan, dad of the year, dad of the world, really. He's the best dad. Ethan Winters. Look, all of the images of Ethan Winters just made him look like Ben Shapiro.
Oh no.
Or his face was covered in shadows, and I was like, oh haha, what if it would, because he deals with hands, he gets his hands cut off all the time. It'd be really funny if I just made his image a hand. Despite his model looking like Ben Shapiro, Ethan, cool dude, best dad in the fucking world, has made a questionable choice by marrying Mia, and continuing to be around Mia, but you know what? I'm sure he's sticking it out strictly for Rosemary. He was, because he's a little, he's a little tied up at the village now, but
this is specifically the mold Ethan Winters, right? Not the one who canonically dies before during the events of Resident Evil 7.
Listen, we don't have enough information on pre-molded Ethan.
Yeah.
He doesn't real.
Just a guy.
He's just a dude. But molded Ethan. Love it.
Is Clancy on this list? I don't even know why. There's so many stupid characters. No, Ethan's
I thought about adding what were they called? The something gators? The sewer gators or whatever. I thought about adding them, and I was like, no. No, I have enough men already.
Yeah, that's fair. I keep suggesting new stupid side characters, but yeah, you did a good job.
I missed
Ethan's
some
great.
important ones though.
Ethan in
love-
like 7 is very much mid, but in Village, it's just really fun. It's just he's kind of a really fun like straight man for all the weirdness. Not like a fully straight man though. Like he'll just glue his hand back on with juice and not think anything of it. Like,
That's just a thing.
that's
he
the
does.
baseline Village operates on.
I will go to bat for 7 Ethan though, is like being slightly more than mid, because he is a great stand-in for the player. Like, he doesn't know what's going on, aside from the fact that it's like he's there to meet up with his wife. Sounds very similar to one James.
Yeah, they might just be
Sunderland
that
know.
I hate his wife.
No, and that's valid. But you can forget Mia for a while, and you're just there
his
because
wife.
Jack is there.
I hate his wife, and I hate his wife's stupid butt on the Ethan's skull.
Yeah, that's not his fault though. Maybe Mia entrapped him or some shit. I don't know. I don't know what any of their relationship is outside of just weird. Ethan though, cool dude, great. We love him.
And he's bros with Chris.
Yeah, best friend to Chris.
The only guy Chris would lend his tank to. No one else.
Are we thinking A tier? Not S because he's got Mia.
Fine with being A tier with Chris, so they can be bros and hang out and hold hands.
Gotta
You should
resize
leave
this
Mia
again.
for Chris.
Yes,
Oh, heck.
please.
7 again, sorry.
Yeah, it's not your fault. I have done this as much as you have here. This can go next to my face, I guess. And then we... Hey, look, it's another Birkin! Hey, we got Dog Birkin though, so that's cool. Dog Birkin, real neat. We love Dog Birkin here, don't we?
It's not like a great fight. I mean, none of the fights in the original
No.
are great. You just need to have
They're
enough
rough.
grenade launcher rounds. The fighting's not why you play it. But it does work really well as like a midpoint between him being a person-shaped thing and a not person-shaped thing. I think it's a shame that they changed it.
Yeah. I do think in the remake he works similarly to Dog Birkin, but just less dog.
It's not the same.
No, it's not. He absolutely would damage your flooring. This boy,
It's mostly spikes and eyeballs.
you can't trim this shit enough for it to really do anything. This will damage your home. You will not get your deposit back. But you accept that because you love him, because he dog.
He is Dog Birkin.
Would you put him up with the majority of the other Birkins, or would we relegate him to B tier?
Yeah, we can stick him in A. Yeah, I don't think he's as good as like Worm Birkin.
You can go over here with Mendez.
Yeah, that seems fair.
Another man from 3.
It's just a guy.
Victor? Is that his name? Insert generic Russian man name here.
Okay, wait, is he already on the remake version?
No, so this is his
Okay.
this is Nikolai's superior. Like
Okay,
the
great.
man he answers to. Starts out antagonistic to Jill, and then ends up being like, yeah, I guess she's fine, and I think he dies immediately thereafter. He absolutely would not respect your gender, is the thing. He will call you a slur. I can't remember his name. Fuck. Where is my tier list folder again?
At best, he's another pointless human character who's not Nemesis, who they added to Resident Evil 3. And he seems worse than that. He seems bad even for that.
So we thinking D tier? Yeah, I
Yeah,
get
sure.
okay.
That's funny.
Wait, he
'cause
has a scene in a movie?
don't I ask him, like, hey, what's your name? And he starts to answer and then gets killed before he can say his name.
You know what? This is fine. Merchant can cover up.
I mean, that's an S
cover
tier
up.
right there.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Things you like about the merchant. Tell me about the merchant. Why do you like the merchant?
Thank you. Put some rare things on sale, stranger.
The way that I just choked on my water.
I'll buy it at a high price.
Enough said.
Thank you.
It's a good boy.
No, he's so good. He just turns up, and he's so good, and he's never explained, and they've never tried to explain him, and even in the remake, they don't explain him. He's just he just shows
there.
up, and he's got all the guns, and he just wants to sell you all the guns. And he's probably one of the Ganados, it seems like it, but he didn't fight you. He's just your buddy. He's great.
Do you think he would give you his coat if you were cold?
He would
Or do
have
you think
to
he has
unload
a
all the
spare coat?
merchandise from the
Yeah.
coat, and there are a lot of guns in there. If he put his coat on you, you would collapse because
You would fucking die.
there is a lot of metal in that coat.
He does. I do like that he kind of complains about his back hurting in the remake. Very good.
And it's just an iconic voice acting performance. It's just so good.
Right.
But just as a character, it's great as well. It's like, it does fit with the like weirdness of like the current tone Resident Evil's going for.
Mm-hmm.
He's like a Duke adjacent guy. I mean, they do know each other, right?
Yeah, no, Duke mentions
They
like,
are canonically buds.
specifically that his friend knows or is like selling stuff. Like there are specific call outs
He
to the
says
merchant
one of his
and stuff.
lines in it, and it's like, oh, I had a friend who always said that.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're just buds.
It's very good, and I love that for them. In fact, you know what? It's not that he's at the end of the thing. I just need the two friends to stand next to each other.
I think the merchant archetype is just always S tier. It's just really cool,
Always.
like mysterious character is just your best bud.
Yeah. And then this is our last one. Remake. Louis Sarah.
S tier.
Yeah.
Absolutely S tier.
This is a boy I would like to hold hands with.
So his jacket is even nicer than previous Lewis. And now he's a wiggly goober instead of just being.
He's an absolute nerd, and he's a big old science dork, but he wants to seem suave and cool, and the thing is he is! That's a good boy right there.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all the men's we got. Nemesis, we would put at tier A.
I don't know. Does Nemesis make S? He'd be the
He
only
might.
monster in
He
S.
would be the only monster in S, and we
But
do
I
have
think
Dr.
he might
Salvador
be the
up
best
there.
monster. Oh yeah, we do.
But I think Nemesis could be an S tier. I'd be fine with that. Mr. X probably B or C.
Yeah, Mr. X is good. I don't think Mr. X is as good as Mendez. And they're kind of similar. Like, but Mendez like says things and does things, and
Yeah.
Mr. X just kind of walks menacingly towards you.
What is the rectangle in S tier? That's Tofu.
That's my friend Tofu. Please be nice to Tofu. We love Tofu here.
With Tofu is great.
Tofu's mod is just Hunk's mod but harder because you only have a knife.
Yeah.
Hunk starts with like a ton of weapons, but you're gonna need them to get through. And Tofu just has a knife and has to do all the same stuff.
Tofu is friend shaped.
Tofu's great.
Who else? Who else were we missing? Resident Evil 5 Chris. Where would we put him? He's very silly.
Very silly.
He shouts, "Shiva, egg!"
That's very good.
And
It's
punches
very
a
endearing
boulder.
to me. I can't see putting him above B tier, but maybe a high B.
High B. Okay.
And with
Alright.
Wesker.
OG Chris.
Oh, G. Chris is just a guy. He's just an army man.
C tier?
I love him because, like, I've got so many memories struggling through the games. But, like, yeah, I think Jill kind of went off and became a bit of a character in 3 as well, and Chris never really got there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, he's just one man.
Chris. He is a man named Chris.
He's a very simple man who lives in a world where there's lots of monsters that need fighting, and he just so happens to be very good at fighting monsters. That's Chris. That's his whole story.
And I don't think there were... sorry, excuse me. I don't think there are any other ones. Sorry, breathed incorrectly. Yeah, I guess that's all of them.
What about this young lad? This
no.
whippersnapper?
Don Pedro. Our good friend Don Pedro.
I just
A
wanted
tier.
to prove it was real. He's very good, yeah. He is like a genuinely like really well designed enemy, and he just like I do like being able to stop some of them becoming like the mutant forms in the new one, but it does like it's all about tension. Is it Resident Evil 4's like core gameplay loop, right? It's all about SWAT hordes and overwhelming odds and just being ground down by a mass of slow-moving enemies. And when you hear one of them become Don Pedro, it just kind of changes the situation in a subtle but like
it's nice
scary and interesting way. It's just cutting off area from you.
It makes
and
some
you need
of
that to live.
The encounters more tense just because you don't know when he's gonna pop up, and
he's random. He could pop up anywhere.
Yeah, it's a good way to like keep you on your toes throughout the whole game, especially since 4 is so long.
As much as like the story of Resident Evil 4 is nonsense, the actual gameplay is genius. It's a bizarre like balance between the two.
Absolutely.
He works similarly in the new one, but he's a bit less like immediately punishing if you like go into his danger zone.
Yeah.
Like he'll probably push you back out of the danger zone when he hits you, instead of just comboing you into oblivion. But also the enemies do come at you a lot faster in the new one, so you it can't close off the space the same way you used to and still be reasonable, I feel like. I don't know. Sorry, I'm talking about silly gameplay things now.
No, I'm here for it.
You kind of need, I don't know, you need different space a lot more quickly in the new one because they run at you. You need to be able to move around. If you like walk right up to him, Phil tried this a couple of times, he will just cut your head off and kill you instantly.
Can't get close to him. He doesn't like that. It's his least favorite thing.
He's very wiggly. You can't go in his wiggle zone. He's like the fight move where you just spin the barn windmill. You just spin in a circle, and if someone walks into your fists, then well, that's their problem. You should have seen the barn windmill. That's Don Pedro, but with bug. It's a bug windmill, a chitin windmill.
Oh God. It is kind of meaty and lumpy in there too, though.
Yeah, it's mostly meat and eyeballs. That's pretty much like 80% of the cast.
Right.
They're just meat and eyeballs.
Yeah, we love them for it. That's our tier list. It's a good tier list. I'm happy with this. I like our list.
I do.
Let me get a little smaller so all the lads can be seen. This does mean we have to figure out what we're gonna do next.
Are we staying on Resident Evil?
I mean, we could.
Do you want to replay all of them? Because we can.
I do kind of want to play some more Resident Evil. Unless there is a game that you want to play and have us experience.
I think I'm good. I don't really have like horror game on the go. I did stop getting horror games for a while because I decided I was too scared of them. I was going to do Resident Evil 2, but that was
that's an off-screen one.
Yeah,
and that is fine. That needs to
just
stay
me.
that way.
Resident
It's a
2
good one.
Remake.
Very
Yeah.
good. Stars, I can't. No, Stars, no. Please, please, Stars.
The real horror is Kingdom Hearts. Resident Evil is just fun.
Yeah, yeah. Oh God. Yeah, I guess we'll figure out which Resident Evil to do next. I haven't played 3 yet. And I do have it on the PC, and I can easily download that tonight if that's a thing that we want to do. We'll figure it out by tomorrow.
I'd be happy to. We'd get to know Victor and Nikolai or whatever.
We'd get to see the new Carlos.
Yeah, we see new Carlos.
Yeah.
See Jill just being cool.
We do love Jill here. Jill is great.
We do love Jill.
Yeah, let's do. We'll say that we'll do RE3 starting tomorrow, I guess. But it is subject to change. It probably won't, but you know, just caveating that with the possibility. I'm gonna stop streaming this to you, Fruity, so hopefully it doesn't boot you out of the call. You're still here. Perfect.
Hey.
Yeah, that's I'm gonna screenshot this just real quick. I don't know if everyone can see me doing this, but you know, it's fine. There we go. Yeah, I guess let's find somebody to raid into. Let me get those raid messages up first though before I forget them. Who do we have online? Far too many people for me to see in a single window.
Oh dang. There is a mayor. It's just gone live recently, I think.
Oh, is Emmy streaming? What's Emmy streaming?
Emmy might be streaming. Emmy's streaming Akamanto.
Oh no, Emmy's doing Chillazart games. Okay.
Oh, I don't know what that is.
Chillazart is a Japanese horror dev who makes a lot of horror games, and some of them are questionable at best, as far as quality.
That sounds fun anyway.
Yeah, let's go say hi to Emmy.
Yeah.
All right. Akamanto is a poop demon, in case anyone was wondering.
Oh no!
It is Japanese folklore. It comes out of the toilet and stabs you if you answer the question about which toilet paper you want wrong. This is a thing that I know and lives in my brain.
That's all Japanese demons.
Asking about poop?
Well, not specifically poop, but they ask you a question, and if they don't like your answer, they murder you. That's the whole stick.
But yeah, let's go say hi to Emmy. Thank you everyone for being here. Fruity, as always,
it's really fun.
With me. Yeah, I really enjoyed this. Like, finishing the game was really cool, but I like doing the tier list too. That was a lot of fun. It's very silly.
About Resident Evil, even if we're doing it from a very silly lens and perspective.
Yeah, I mean, we could do more of this. We could do tier
series.
lists after every game we finish. If we wanted.
We could.
Alright! Let's go say hi to Emmy. But yeah, thanks everyone for being here. We'll see you next time, I guess.
Bye, friends.
Bye!